The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Precious Lord, you have been our dwelling place in all generations, sustaining us with your goodness and mercy. Today, surround our senators with the protection of your divine favor, enabling them to obey your command to be productive. Lord, continue to strengthen them to follow your precepts, fulfilling your purposes as they find joy in your presence. Keep them from the things that bring regret. Increase their faith, providing them with courage to live for your glory. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 29, 2021, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Jackie Rosen, a senator from the state of Nevada, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patrick J. Leahy, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Madam President,
The Majority Leader.
are we in a quorum? No.
No.
Madam President, well, as we all know, last night the Senate voted by a substantial margin to move forward with a debate on a bipartisan infrastructure bill. I want to commend the group of senators who worked with President Biden to reach a deal. The agreement will ultimately dedicate over $1 trillion to strengthening virtually every major category of our country's physical infrastructure. The vote last night also means that the Senate is on track to reach the two-track goal I laid out for this chamber at the beginning of the month. The first track is the bipartisan bill focused on traditional brick-and-mortar infrastructure projects. The second track is a budget reconciliation bill where Democrats will make historic investments in American jobs, American families, and efforts to fight climate change. In order to start work on a reconciliation bill, the Senate must pass a budget resolution first, and we are on track for that as well. It's been my goal to pass both a bipartisan infrastructure bill and a budget resolution during this work period. Some pundits have called that a tall order. I understand that. But because of the vote last night, the Senate is now moving forward with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and we are on track to pass both elements of the two-track strategy before we adjourn for August recess. It took some prodding and a few deadlines, but it all has worked out for the better. I want to take a step back and explain why these two bills are so important at this moment. For the past 2 years at the end of the Trump presidency, the country was angry, divided, plagued by COVID, and our economy was stuck in the muck. The COVID pandemic washed over our country like a plague and was met by staggering incompetence from the Trump administration. America was sick, dying. Our economy was in shambles. The discovery of the vaccine played no small part in our country's recovery, and we Democrats pushed early on, last February and March, not this past one, but a year ago, to increase funding for BARDA when even then the Trump administration was sort of being stingy about that money. But we got the money done, and the vaccine, as I said, played no small part in our country's recovery. But elections have consequences. I say that to the American people. Elections have consequences. When we ran as Senate Democrats, when President Biden ran, we promised we would get the vaccines out. We would get the country's economy moving again. We would give hope to the middle class and those struggling to get to the middle class, where hope had been a distant and hazy frame on their horizon previously. The Biden administration came in. We came in as a Senate majority, and we immediately set to work, beating the pandemic with a relentless focus on getting the country vaccinated and getting our country back to normal. Congressional Democrats swiftly passed the bold, strong American Rescue Plan, one of the largest federal packages in American history to keep families, businesses, workers afloat until the country could reopen. And we've done that. 6 months into the Biden administration and Democratic majorities in the House and Senate, the country has stabilized. And this morning, it was reported that in the second quarter, the U.S. economy grew at a rate of 6.5%, erasing all of the losses from the COVID pandemic. It happened a lot quicker and a lot sooner than many anticipated. And let me repeat that because it is great news. Under President Biden and Democratic House and Senate majorities, the economy recovered so fast this year that we've already erased the losses in growth that we experienced as a result of the COVID pandemic. That's very good news. It certainly doesn't mean every family's back on their feet yet. It certainly doesn't mean our work is complete. But the American economy is back, it's thriving, and set for even brighter days ahead. And again, elections have consequences. Such a difference between the bumbling, nasty, divisive last 2 years of the Trump administration and a new Democratic majority in the House and Senate and a Democratic president. Vaccines are out there, as we promised to get them. There's still some people who are resisting taking a vaccine. They should. And we're getting some resistance even from ideological right-wingers, which is just awful. But vaccines are out there. Money's been pumped into the economy through the ARP, and things are moving forward. But now is not the time to rest on our laurels. Now is the time to press forward, to cement these gains and build on them. We must continue encouraging vaccinations. We must keep a very close eye on the Delta variant and take necessary precautions. But we also must address the underlying structural economic conditions that held back the middle class and those trying to get there, even before the pandemic. The American dream, that if you work hard, you'll be doing better 10 years from now than you're doing today, and your kids will be doing still better than you, was fading for the last 20 years. If you look at the economic statistics, they show that dimmer view that the American people had was accurate in terms of economic circumstances. But now we need to get it bright and sunny again. We need to return to the bright, sunny American optimism that has been so much part of our character for more than 2 centuries. And how do we do it? We don't just sit on our hands. We don't just say, let business take care of it. They won't. They have a different mission. A massive investment in public infrastructure will create tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. That's just what the doctor ordered. And we need to go beyond that to restore that bright, sunny optimism. We need to help American families keep up with the exorbitant costs of child care, health care, housing, college, and more. We need to press on and fight to reverse climate change, because as bad as COVID was, if we do nothing about climate change, a few years from now, each year will be worse than COVID, and each year after that will get worse and worse and worse. And if we do nothing, the people several years from now, even people now, will say, why didn't we do more? We Democrats want to do more on climate. We must. The numbers show, Madam President, the numbers show that the American economy has gotten back to where it was prior to COVID. Now is the time to go further and build back even better than before. And we Democrats, when we can in a bipartisan way, but on our own when our Republican colleagues are adamantly against us, we will move forward on both tracks. Both tracks. And I'm proud of my Democratic caucus, every one of them voting yesterday for this bill, and all pledging to go forward on the second track as well. On another matter, even during normal times, protecting the U.S. Capitol is a difficult job. Millions of people visit the U.S. Capitol every single year. 535 elected officials and their staffs work here every single day to keep the Capitol complex safe, to keep it secure. We're lucky to have the best of the best. Our Capitol Police, who stared down a violent mob on January 6th, have been nothing short of heroic. Heroic. When the smoke cleared after the attack of January 6th, they came back to the Capitol, helped piece together what the rioters had torn apart. In the aftermath of that dark day, the National Guard helped keep watch, day and night, 24/7. I walked the halls of this building early in the morning and saw our National Guards men and women from New York and so many other states camped out, helping us, wanting to make sure the Capitol was secure. We owe the Capitol Police, we owe the National Guard our deepest gratitude. But we owe them, Madam President, more than just that. We owe them the resources they need to do a very difficult job and to do it well. Unfortunately, the Congress is on the precipice of failing them due to unforeseen expenses during the pandemic and the toll incurred by the attack on January 6th, funding for our Capitol Police, security at the Capitol complex, even our National Guard has come close to running very dry. Already, The Capitol Police has had to delay vital trainings and the purchase of new safety equipment. Soon, salaries, bonuses, and new hiring would be on the chopping block. According to Major General Tom Cardin, who sent 1,200 members of the Georgia National Guard to the Capitol after January the 6th, his unit is facing, quote, draconian, quote, cuts if Congress doesn't replenish funding before this weekend. We must not let that happen under our watch. The chairman of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Leahy, has been working diligently to come up with a bipartisan agreement. And now Senator Shelby has joined with him, and they've crafted a $2.1 billion supplemental appropriation bill to fill the shortfalls of our Capitol Police, our National Guard, and a number of our other vital defense operations. It's not everything that we wanted. The House bill is bigger and broader, but it does fill the need, and we need to fill it quickly. I want to thank Senator Leahy particularly for his relentlessness in pursuing this. I want to thank Senator Shelby for realizing how important this was and prodding members on his side of the aisle to move forward. And I also want to thank Senators Klobuchar and Blunt, chairman of the Appropriations, of the Authorization Committee, the Rules Committee that deals with these issues. Senator Klobuchar in particular, whose hearings and continued focus on Capitol security helped pave the way for the agreement, deserves our kudos. Now is the time for the Senate to take up and pass this bill on behalf of the brave police officers and service members who defended this very citadel of democracy. All 50 Senate Democrats fully support this crucial police and security funding. All 50 Democrats are ready to go. We are eager, insistent we meet our deadline. Again, Democrats are prepared to vote on this bill as soon as possible. With the cooperation of our Republican colleagues, which we hope we will get, the needs are dire, we could pass this bill today. The last 6 months have pushed those who protect the U.S. Capitol to the limits. In the face of unprecedented adversity, they responded heroically. We must support them now, as they so courageously supported us. Madam President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
The Republican leader,
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Yesterday, I joined a number of my Republican and Democratic colleagues and voted to begin floor consideration of bipartisan compromise legislation for our nation's infrastructure. Our country would benefit a whole lot from some targeted investment in the kinds of real, tangible projects that fit a common sense definition of actual infrastructure. Roads, bridges, ports, and waterways, airports, broadband. A bipartisan compromise to responsibly finance these kinds of investments is guaranteed to be big and complex. It's guaranteed to be the kind of legislation that no member on either side of the aisle will think is perfect, but it's an important basic duty of government. I'm glad to see these discussions making progress. I was happy to vote to begin moving the Senate toward what ought to be a robust bipartisan floor process for legislation of this magnitude. The kind of focused compromise that our colleagues have been hashing out could not contrast more sharply with the multi-trillion-dollar reckless taxing and spending spree that Democrats hope to ram through on a party line vote later this year. Spree is reckless on multiple levels. We're all familiar with the staggering $3.5 trillion bottom line. We all know it would only amp up the painful inflation that's already hammering middle-class families, in large part because of the last partisan deluge of spending Democrats rammed through just a few months ago. But just as alarming is the parade of left-wing ideas that comprise this mess, turning temporary pandemic welfare payments with no work requirements into a permanent dole, shoving through big chunks of the Green New Deal, government price fixing that would leave us with fewer new medicines and new cures. And then there's an effort to further inflame the Biden administration's border crisis with a far-left amnesty. We've now seen the highest unaccompanied child arrivals on record, the biggest month for immigrant encounters in 21 years. And this month, total CBP apprehensions for the calendar year are expected to top a million, for the first time in 15 years, and we still have 5 months to go. So one might think my friends across the aisle would try to avoid repeating the missteps that created the crisis, that they would be careful to avoid doubling down on the perverse incentives generating so much suffering down at the southern border. But apparently, Washington Democrats intend to do the opposite. Their reckless taxing and spending spree would include an even bigger green light for this crisis at the worst possible time. Under the Biden administration's unenforceable catch-and-release policy, just 13% of the 50,000 individuals who've been released into the United States since March have actually reported to assigned ICE checkups. So in a sense, either intentionally or through incompetence, the administration is already practicing a policy that amounts to functional amnesty in many cases. What Democrats want now is to make that explicit and, believe it or not, permanent. They'd effectively like our southern border to be even more open than it is now, even during an ongoing public health emergency that has federal, state, and local officials contemplating new batches of rules for American citizens. The message to Americans appears to be, put your guard back up, even if you're vaccinated. But to a jaw-dropping degree, the message to people arriving at the southern border seems to be, come on in. Even if you're COVID positive, come on in. CBP data are reportedly showing a huge uptick in positive COVID tests in the Rio Grande Valley sector. That's just one sector, and that's just among whatever fraction of the individuals are actually being tested. And among individuals in ICE custody, apparently 1 in 3 are declining to receive a vaccine. Yet it seems the Biden administration doesn't consider COVID diagnosis any reason to make an exception to its catch and release policy. Alarming reports of COVID-positive detainees being turned out into Texas communities even have border state Democrats sounding the alarm. I hope President Biden is listening. Maybe members of his own party will have better luck conveying what the American people have known for months. The situation at our southern border is a crisis. It deserves real attention and real solutions, not a reckless taxing and spending spree with amnesty policies that would make things considerably worse. Now, Madam President, on a completely different matter, for the second time this week, the U.S. Senate family must bid a sad farewell to a member of its alumni society. Only 6 different individuals have served as Senate parliamentarian since the position was formally established back in 1935. It's a unique and remarkable position that seems to require unique and remarkable people. Bob Dole served 2 stints as parliamentarian from the early 1980s to the early 2000s. He passed away yesterday at the age of 82 after a long illness. I was just a rank-and-file senator during Bob's stints on the dais, but everyone in the entire Senate knew all about Bob's brilliance and his incredible spirit. Bob Dole knew this body's history and its rules to the 10th decimal place. He was also a constantly jovial person, as approachable as he was smart. His love for the Senate was tangible. It was palpable. And it was not only a love for the institution itself as an abstraction, it was also a love for the human beings who comprise it. I understand that back in the day, Bob had a go-to one-liner to help himself and his fellow professionals here on the floor through the tougher days. Here's what he said. "You may love the Senate," he would dryly declare, "but the Senate may not love you back." But a little gruff sarcasm couldn't conceal Bob's true affection. In fact, his enthusiasm for this place was so contagious that it swept up multiple generations of his family. About a year and a half ago, we said goodbye to Bob's daughter, Laura Dove, herself a long-serving, well-loved, and widely respected Senate staff leader, as she left the post of Secretary for the majority. Even now, 2 of Bob's grandchildren are spending their summers right here in the Senate, helping out in different positions. Either Bob Dove's brood just cannot quit this multi-generational addiction to public service, or perhaps it's the Senate that cannot quit them. So our condolences and our prayers go out to Bob's wife, Linda, to Laura and her brother and sister, and to Bob's grandchildren and extended family.
Is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 3684, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to H.R. 3684, an act to authorize funds for federal aid highways, highway safety programs, and transit programs, and for other purposes.
I suggest after the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Democratic whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Madam President, late last night there was a vote on the floor which was historic, and I'll address the subject matter in a moment. But 17 Republicans joined the Democrats in an amazing commitment to building America's infrastructure. I'll speak to the specifics of that in a moment, but I wanted to recount another event this morning which was not as widely publicized, but could be very important to many American families. You know, if you ask families across the United States to list the top 3 things they're worried about in terms of pocketbook issues and things that Congress can address, I'll bet you that they end up putting the cost of prescription drugs on that list every time. They know what's happened. These prescription drug costs have gone through the roof. For many people, it's a real hardship. I was looking this morning at some of the information we have about insulin. And you know, for millions of Americans, that is literally a life and death drug. Insulin was discovered decades ago, and the gentleman and those who did the research to find it basically gave away all their patent rights, the rights to make any money off of insulin, for $1. And they said, you can't take a life and death drug and put a price tag on it. It has to be shared by people. Jonas Salk did exactly the same thing when it came to the polio vaccine in the 1950s. He found this breakthrough vaccine, and I was one of the early school kids to sign up for it, and said, I don't want to make a penny off of this. This means too much to America and the world. Bless both of those individuals for that kind of selflessness. And yet when it comes to drugs like insulin today, in one of the Sanofi, one of the largest producers of insulin, in the year 2000, I should say, was charging $35 for a dose of insulin. It's now had the price rise 25 times since then, and the price of an insulin vial is $350, creating a real hardship and a real strain for many families who are dependent on insulin to keep themselves or their children alive. So this morning we had a meeting of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and we considered 4 pieces of legislation on a bipartisan basis. Let me underline that, bipartisan basis, and passed all 4 measures unanimously with voice votes. I can tell you, having served on that committee for over 20 years, it's a rare day that everything goes through with bipartisan support on an issue of consequence. Today was one of those days. One of the bills, Stop Significant Time-Wasting Abuse Limiting Legitimate Innovation of New Generics, the Stalling Act, by Senator Klobuchar and Grassley, was advanced by a voice vote. What we're finding is the pharmaceutical industry is designing new ways on a regular basis to delay the surrender of their patents. As long as they have patents, and most of those are 20 years, they have the exclusive right to sell that drug, and no one can compete with them. At the end of 20 years, the theory goes that the generic drug companies step in, make the same drug for a much lower cost, and the consumer finally gets a break. Well, you can imagine the lawyers and businessmen in many pharmaceutical companies try to delay that moment when the generics step in as long as possible. And this bill that we passed this morning and will be coming to the Senate floor addresses that. We want to have access to generics and biosimilar bills. We want to make sure that the loopholes and tricks that the pharmaceutical industry is using now to delay the generic drugs coming on the market come to an end. This was an amazing array of drugs that I think will have a direct impact on America and its future. But speaking of impact, what happened last night was historic. As I mentioned, 17 Republicans joined the Democrats in passing a bipartisan infrastructure bill. It's rare that we come together on something that significant with that much bipartisanship. We're now in the midst of the debate on that bill, the cloture vote, and our time is running, and I hope soon that we can get to the merits of the bill and enact it as quickly as possible. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rebuild our nation's roads, railways, and bridges, to make high-speed internet and clean water a reality for every home in America, and to create millions of good-paying, family-supporting, in many cases union, jobs across the country. President Biden said he wanted to build back better when it came to America. He sure showed it last night. We never could have reached that point without his leadership. The White House has been a partner in this bipartisan effort from the start, and 67 members of the Senate coalesced around this approach. This economy needs to work fairly for everyone, protect our kids and grandkids from climate catastrophe, and a major part of this bill addresses it. This is a moment the American people have been waiting for. It couldn't come sooner. Right now, many of our roads and bridges are in terrible disrepair, and our infrastructure is crumbling before our eyes. Every week brings word of a new climate-related crisis, devastating drought and wildfires in the West, melting power lines in Oregon, rolling blackouts in Texas. And 2 weeks ago, there was a bridge collapsing in my state of Illinois. Take a look at this picture. Let me describe what you're seeing here. This was a scene in the small town, rural town in Illinois of Seneca, when a bridge on the river road gave way to extreme flooding. As you can see, maybe you can see down here, the pavement comes to an end and you can see all the way through. When that bridge came apart, typically, in good fashion, a group of Illinoisans stepped up as good Samaritans and pulled the driver out of this vehicle, straddling this break in the highway. A local police officer said the driver was, quote, really lucky that he didn't end up in the creek under the bridge. I'm grateful that nobody was harmed that evening. I thank the first responders as well for coming to the rescue. But now, 2 weeks later, that bridge is still broken. The taxpayers in my home state are stuck paying the tab. Repairs are going to cost over $1 million. This is just one example of a failure to invest in our nation's roads and bridges that's costing us. Every 4 years, American Society of Civil Engineers gives a report card on our roads and bridges and their safety. For decades now, it's been filled with all the kinds of grades that you wouldn't want your kids to bring home from school. The overall grade this year was C minus in the United States of America, for the wealthiest nation and the largest economy on earth. Imagine. If we continue to neglect the arteries of our economy, the situation will get worse. The Society of Civil Engineers estimates that continued underinvestment in our nation's infrastructure could cost $10 trillion of loss in GDP over the next 2 decades. Major drain on city and state budgets, but more importantly, a threat to the families and their safety when they travel. This truck driver had no idea that he would take his truck out on this road and at the end of the day be lucky to still be alive. Our nation has one of the highest road fatality rates in the world, and nearly 1 in 12 bridges in America are considered structurally deficient. This was one of them. That means that they're at the risk of being compromised by extreme weather, which is becoming more and more common with climate change. Any of us could become that man on the bridge in Seneca, Illinois, who was saved by his neighbors. The infrastructure proposal we're considering at this very moment would eliminate this threat across America, rehabilitate our roads and bridges, keep our economy growing, and make our families safe. With this historic infrastructure proposal, we are removing hazards from our communities, establishing a better foundation for our economy. Let's take a glance at some of the achievements under this proposal, this bipartisan proposal. The largest ever investment in public transit in America's history. I called the mayor of the city of Chicago yesterday, and I said, I think I have some good news for you. We're going to be able to build that transit system out, make it more accessible for those with disabilities, and safer stations, and expand the reach of transit in the city of Chicago. I called downstate to the Springfield Mass Transit District and tell them the good news as well. More buses that are fuel efficient, electric buses, and buses that really acknowledge that we need a response to the climate situation. An historic expansion in electric vehicle infrastructure is part of this bill. Electric vehicles are the future. Don't believe me when I say it, and don't wait for some government spokesman to say it. Just turn on your TV and watch the advertisements. The Ford F-150 Lightning is now this electric truck, this truck that is so popular in America, electrifying that, and to say that it's available now is an overstatement, but it will be soon. And they put on the ad, if you look at the very end of it, if you want to reserve one of these trucks, here's what the website you should contact. That's happening more and more. An electrified Mustang, for example. All of these suggest that the private sector is racing ahead of those of us in government, realizing that electric vehicles are the future. This plan will help automaker win the race worldwide to be the most important auto race in our history, to make sure that electric vehicles have the American imprint on them. And this bipartisan plan is a move for the future. For families in Illinois, the funding means parents won't have to worry about a bridge collapsing, taking their kids to school. It means they can trust the water coming out of the faucet to be clean and safe. And for parents in the city of Chicago, with more lead service lines than any city in the United States, it could be a lifesaver. These are the investments we need if we want America to win the 21st century. By making them today, with interest rates now at historic low, we can reap the benefit for years to come, decades to come. And that's not just my assessment. Last week, Moody's chief economist said that President Biden's plan to build back better, and I quote him, will lift the economy's longer-term growth potential and ease inflation pressures. Two things that all of us endorse. Let me say that again for my fellow senators, many on the other side of the aisle who can't wait to give a looming inflation speech. This package, according to Moody's economist, will lift the economy's long-term growth potential and ease inflationary pressures. Earlier this morning, the Bureau of Economic Analysis reported for the first time our nation's economic output has surpassed the pre-pandemic high. We're back in the saddle. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, people feel safe and more financially secure. They're heading back out in the world, shopping, dining at restaurants, and traveling. And let me add quickly, the incidents we're finding of infections, hospitalizations, and deaths are almost exclusively from people who are not vaccinated. Not vaccinated. They're the ones who are the most vulnerable, and they make innocent people like our children more vulnerable because of their decision not to be vaccinated. This growth in our economy reflects a simple truth. Relief for working families benefits all Americans and drives our economy forward. We have a lot of work to do to build this economy, but this is where we should start. I want to thank the bipartisan group of senators who came together to produce this package. In many ways, it's miraculous. This agreement can do more than enable us to repair America's roads and bridges. It can show us the way a divided Senate could come together for the good of this country. Just remember, there wasn't a single infrastructure bill, major infrastructure bill, in the last 5 years under the previous president. Not one. We're doing it now on a bipartisan basis, and it's long overdue. I want to thank President Joe Biden for his determined leadership. Nothing this big and important is ever accomplished with the president standing on the sidelines. Joe Biden promised to work with both parties to make America work for all Americans, and he has. This is an achievement we can be proud of. Let me conclude, Madam President, by saying that the Senate Republican leader, Senator McConnell, came to the floor this morning to speak of immigration. I'm glad he did, because it's a topic we cannot ignore and must not ignore. We have not passed a significant immigration bill in the United States of America in 36 years. Ronald Reagan was the president the last time we addressed immigration. And when you come with a list of horribles with the current immigration system, it's almost endless, the unfairness of this system. But the senator from Kentucky took a position which I take exception to. He believes that if we allow any immigrant into this country, it is a green light, as he called it, for others to try to come in legally or illegally. I think he's dead wrong, because every year in the United States of America, with a population of over 320 million, we legally allow 1 million new immigrants to become citizens of this country. Every year. That's what America's all about. We are a nation of immigrants, and we understand the value of immigrants to our country. We had a hearing this week on farm workers. We have 2.4 million immigrants who pick the crops and process the food that we enjoy at every single meal. 2.4 million. And sadly, many of them are in horrible circumstances under our immigration laws. They are subject to deportation and arrest at any moment. For what? For being here picking the crops that our kids eat for breakfast. and things that we count on every single day. So the House of Representatives took a step forward, a bipartisan step forward. 30 Republicans joined the Democrats to pass a farm worker bill. I want to give special credit to Senator Mike Bennett, who has been a leader in this area. We have the agreement in this bill for both growers and workers to give those who do that backbreaking labor day in and day out a chance and a path to citizenship. One of the critics came to our committee and said, oh, mass amnesty for farm workers. Why would we want to do that? These people come in and pick a few crops and we're going to give them citizenship. I wish he would have taken a minute to read the bill. You know how many years it takes picking that farm crop to be eligible for citizenship under this bill? 19 years. 19 years. Does that sound like somebody stealing across the border, pretending to be a farm worker to become a citizen? 19 years of your life, and then you're eligible. It's only common human decency for us to do that. And we need workers in so many areas. A hearing 2 days ago on meat processing. I asked the major companies that process meat in this country, what percentage of your workforce processing that meat are immigrant labor? Well, they weren't sure. I know the number. The Migration Policy Institute tells us 40% of the people who are processing poultry and meat in this country are immigrants. Why? Why are they attracted to this job? Because so few Americans are not, so few are attracted. They need to have immigrant labor to make up the difference. It is hard, hot, dangerous, backbreaking labor, and they do it every darn day so we can enjoy our meals. And to say that we're going to ignore that reality, we don't need a single immigrant in this country, is mindless. I would just invite those who don't believe we need immigrants in this country going to work to make this a better nation, skip a few meals, because what's on your table is there because of immigrant labor. Face the reality, be honest about it, be fair about it, and don't label all of these people who are working in our country as would-be terrorists who are taking away valuable American jobs. They are an important part of America's past and an important part of our future. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Republican leader.
Madam President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you. Madam President, the Biden border crisis continues unabated. Far from being the seasonal surge the President claimed months ago, the numbers at the border keep growing. Last month, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered more than 188,000 individuals attempting to cross our southern border. That's not only the highest number seen so far this year, that's the highest monthly number in 21 years. 21 years, Madam President. In all, Customs and Border Protection has had more than 1.1 million encounters along our southern border so far in fiscal year 2021. And we still have 3 months to go. In fiscal 2019, by comparison, the year before COVID, total encounters for the entire fiscal year were under 980,000 individuals. We have a border crisis, Madam President, a crisis that President Biden seems unable or unwilling to address. And Madam President, as massive as those numbers I've mentioned are, they don't take into account those individuals who are sneaking across the border without being apprehended. Some of them are no doubt individuals who are looking for a better life. Others are almost undoubtedly criminals engaged in the kind of illicit activities that we have to combat along our southern border: human trafficking, drug smuggling, and others. In June, Customs and Border Protection seized more than 1,000 pounds of fentanyl along our southern border, an incredibly dangerous drug that some have pushed to classify as a weapon of mass destruction. That's more fentanyl than was seized in that area in the previous 3 Junes combined. And what has the Biden administration been doing to deal with the crisis along our border? Well, not much. There's been no move to reinstate the national emergency designation for our southern border that President Biden canceled after he took office. There's no meaningful plan for stopping the flood of illegal immigration and enhancing security along our southern border. There's no move to reinstate funding for the congressionally mandated border wall that President Biden canceled. In fact, the President is apparently contemplating ending Title 42, which has allowed the government to immediately remove apprehended individuals in order to help manage the COVID crisis. That's right. At the same time, the CDC is expanding its masking guidance for Americans. The administration is contemplating ending a measure to help stop COVID-infected individuals from entering the United States. And I haven't even mentioned the fact that apparently the administration's released tens of thousands of individuals into the United States without court dates, many of whom have failed to show up at immigration and customs enforcement offices as directed. Madam President, the border situation is out of control. And President Biden bears a big part of the blame. Immigration has helped build this country. And I strongly support making sure that the United States continues to offer a chance for individuals the world over to achieve their dream of a better life. I also support temporary worker programs like the H-2B visa program that allow individuals from other countries to come here for a limited time period to work and for the economic opportunity and then return to their home countries. I also support a solution that would allow dreamers to stay in the United States if such a solution is developed in the context of immigration reform and enhanced border security. But, Madam President, we cannot have endless floods of illegal immigration. No country can. It's a humanitarian nightmare and a serious security risk. Immigration has to have limits, and most of all, it has to be legal. We need to protect and encourage legal immigration while cracking down on illegal immigration. Unfortunately, Democrats are going in the opposite direction. The word is that Democrats would like to include amnesty in the budget-busting tax and spending spree that they're pushing to vote on later this year. That's right. With a serious humanitarian and security crisis along our southern border, Democrats want to include amnesty in their spending plan. I can only imagine that this will encourage thousands more to make the dangerous trek to and across our southern border. Not to mention, how such a policy would undermine respect for the rule of law. Madam President, I wish I could say that I see some light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to the border. But if the Biden administration continues along its current path, I fully expect this security and humanitarian crisis to continue. I can only hope that President Biden will recognize the problems his policies, or lack thereof, are causing before too many more individuals suffer the consequences. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you. I want to pay tribute to our colleague Mike Enzi and express my condolences to his family and pay my respects to him. Senator Enzi's long career in public service began when he was elected as mayor of his hometown of Gillette, Wyoming in 1974. I can just see Mike Enzi, a younger Mike Enzi, being the mayor of a place like Gillette, Wyoming, and it brings a smile to my face and a warmth to my heart. And I can imagine how hard he worked to see that only good things happen to the citizens of his hometown. He then went on to serve in the Wyoming House of Representatives and the Wyoming Senate before being elected to 4 terms in the United States Senate beginning in 1996. Prior to being elected to office, Senator Enzi served in the Wyoming Air National Guard. In Congress, Senator Enzi never wavered in his deeply held values and his beliefs, and yet he was always held by all of us in high esteem. By all of his colleagues on both sides of the aisle, he had the ability for bringing a consensus, to bring us together, and that remained true even as this body became increasingly polarized. In his farewell speech to the Senate, Senator Enzi, unfortunately just a few months ago, Senator Enzi spoke about his 80-20 rule, a rule those of us who worked with him knew well. The rule which emphasized focusing on the 80% of issues we agree on versus the 20% of issues where we disagree. It allowed Senator Enzi to work with senators from across the political spectrum on legislation that he cared so much about. Senator Enzi carried himself in a quiet and serious demeanor. He was interested above all in achieving good policy outcomes for the people of Wyoming and the people of our nation. His leadership has been missed in this chamber this year, but his legacy as a statesman and his impact on the state of Wyoming will live on forever. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and his friends during this time, including his wife, Diana, their daughters, Amy and Emily, and son, Brad, and his grandchildren. Senator Enzi, may you rest in peace, and please know that your time in the United States Senate, your time living on this earth, was well spent, a role model for the rest of us. Thank you. Madam President, I yield the floor. And notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
opted not to pursue a civil rights investigation into government-run nursing homes in several states about their response to COVID-19. Earlier this year, I urged the department to pursue this investigation, and I today the department sought information from 4 states. Those 4 states are New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. The information sought was about the number of COVID-19 infections and deaths in their public nursing homes. That officials in New York also may have engaged in a cover-up by actively concealing from the public the actual number of COVID-19 related fatalities in that state's nursing homes. Serious questions remain to this day about whether the government Yet, the department is declining to pursue the matter, and in the case of New York, this is particularly troubling. New York's governor not only reportedly pressured nursing homes in his state to accept patients during the initial stage of the public deserves better. According to a report by the New York Post, a top aide to Governor Cuomo even apologized to a group of Democratic state lawmakers during a phone call for reportedly withholding review reportedly focuses on whether Governor Cuomo's administration underreported COVID-19 deaths in the nursing homes in an effort to avoid negative publicity. At least someone is looking at this. During the pandemic, to neglect to fully explore such widely reported and troubling allegations. Waning under the department's current leadership. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President,
Senior Senator from Vermont.
President, I ask consent that the call of the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as the distinguished presiding officer the Senate will take up and pass H.R. 3237, which is the Emergency Security Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021, which the House sent over. And we add a Leahy-Shelby substitute for weeks, weekends. Our staff have been working late into the night. And I want to thank Senator Shelby both for his hard work and his friendship. This $2.1 billion package is designed to address the aftermath of the violent insurrection mission in that country. Let me tell you why there is urgency in this, Mr. President. If we don't act, then the Capitol Police will deplete salaries funding in literally a matter of weeks. Capitol in January. So if we did nothing, that'd be a sort of a security crisis entirely of our own making. Mental health services, and new equipment and training. Let me tell you why this is necessary. Since January 6, 73 officers have left the Capitol Police. That's not is real. Anybody watching their testimony knows it cannot be brushed aside. We also provide $521 million to fully fund the cost of the National Guard deployment to Capitol Hill. From around the country, thanking members of the National Guard, not just from my state, but from all the other states, for what they were doing. But I think it takes a little bit more than just a thank you. We basically told them we'll pay for this. Well, now we will. can't just replace the windows, fix the doors, and say, okay, everything's fixed. We need to secure the entire complex, including the office buildings where thousands of public servants work and countless constituents visit. So our bill provides who worked overtime, way overtime, to clean up the mess left by a violent mob and diligently worked to ensure our That means paying for the costs we've incurred protecting staff and members, the entire Capitol community from COVID, including cleaning costs and personal protective equipment, none of which has been paid for. Until now, we've covered the cost by robbing Peter to pay Paul. In the height of the pandemic. And finally, in the Leahy Shelby legislation, we stand with their families. Why? Because they had supported us. And that slaughter is only going to escalate. We have to provide resources for additional special immigrant visas, SIVs, for to fulfill our commitment to those brave Afghans. Let me tell you what the funds will do. They'll support emergency transportation, housing, other essential services to our Afghan partners coming to the U.S. under special immigrant visas, and humanitarian aid for the inevitable flood. $8,000. We've made improvements to strengthen the program, expand the reach of its protections. Now, some have said we should just do the bare minimum. Some will say, let's take care of the most pressing needs now and look and work on this maybe later on, maybe. But I've served in the United States Senate long enough to know that a promise to do something later Now, Vice Chairman Shelby has a proven track record of reaching bipartisan compromise. And I would note that this agreement does not include everything I want. I'm sure it includes some items that he would have preferred not to be included. American troops from Afghanistan. The needs are urgent. We must address them now. Legislation. And some would say, at least on the Afghan part, inevitable. Both President Trump and President Biden said they wanted to withdraw our troops this year. Well, they are withdrawing. Be recognized when we come out of the quorum call.
Without objection, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
And
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without
that I be
objection.
allowed to speak for a few minutes, do my unanimous consent, and then go right to Senator Shelby.
Without objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. And first, and persisted and persisted, and I want to thank him as well. Senator Shelby persuaded the members on his side that we had to move, and they've come up with a good compromise. It's not everything our side wanted, but it's very good. I also want to thank Senator today. Our Capitol Police risk their lives for us. They go all out for us. They are really, really important. And the National usually do in terms of training, in terms of other types of activities, and soon salaries, bonuses, and new hiring would be on the chopping block. Similarly, many of our National Guard units from around the country that sent troops here their lives for us and protect us get the help that they need. It shouldn't have taken this long, but here we are, and I'm glad we're on the floor, and therefore I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding the rule, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding (2124), that there be 6 minutes for debate equally divided between the two leaders and their designees, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the Senate vote in relation to the Cotton and Leahy amendments, and that if a budget point of order is raised and a motion to waive is made, the Senate vote on the motion to waive, and that if waived, the bill
Without objection.
And one more point. I hope that this will be unanimous. It's hard for me to believe that any member would not want to support our Capitol Police. For members to take umbrage at the Capitol Police when they did their job and protected us for some kind of crazy ideological reason
The clerk will report.
Counter number 63, H.R. 3237, an act making emergency supplemental appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2021, and for other purposes.
together to get to where we are today. This has been a lot of work, working together, but it also shows that we can work together in a bipartisan way and put the country first, and this is evidence here. What does this bill do? It sticks to immediate defense funding, $521 million to fill National Guard shortfall, and about $500 million to evacuate Afghan allies. Yes for this. And again, I want to thank Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell, our leaders on both sides of the aisle, for helping bring this to where we are today.
Senator from Indiana.
So we do need in D.C. We could have easily paid for the major parts of this legislation with offsets within anymore. But they do, and both parties are to blame. And they threaten our ability in the long run to respond to emergencies when they arise, like the important ones in this bill. Not to mention that everything we do here currently is on Mr. President, Senate Amendment 2123 would make new budget.
Can you hold off on raising it so that he makes his amendment? Thank you.
I yield the floor.
I ask consent that my amendment be called up. Mine and Senator.
Report.
Senator from Alabama, Mr. Shelby, for Mr. Cotton, proposes an amendment number 2124 to amendment number 2123.
Allocations as required by the Congressional Budget Act. Therefore, I raise a point of order against the amendment pursuant to Section 302C of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President. First to yield back all time.
That we vote.
Is there objection to time being yielded back? Without
For the
objection.
Cotton Amendment.
Without objection.
We're going to have a voice vote on the Cotton Amendment.
Without objection, the question is on the amendment. Sufficient second. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Coons. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Stein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, King, Langford, Leahy, Markey, McConnell, Merkley, Murkowski, Ossoff, Reed, Romney, Rosen, Schatz, Shelby, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Braun, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Daines, Johnson, Paul, Risch, Sullivan, and Toomey. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Sass, Mr. Sass, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Casey, Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Manchin, Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Carper, Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Cinema. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow? Aye. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla? Aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio? Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy? Aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper? Aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young? Aye. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Ernst, Ms. Ernst, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Menendez, Mr. Menendez, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 72, the nays are 26, 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn having voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to and the point of order fails. The question is on the Leahy amendment as amended. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The amendment is adopted. Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the bill as amended. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Got it. Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Thank you. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Thank you. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Yes. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. I did. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bennett, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Cardin, Crapo, Ernst, Feinstein, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Inhofe, Kelly, King, Menendez, Merkley, Moran, Murray, Paul, Peters, Sanders, Shaheen, Tillis, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, and Whitehouse. No senator voted in the negative. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Toomey, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Duckworth? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Mr. Tester? Aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye.
Tell me when you're ready. Okay. We don't ask if anyone wants. Does anyone wish to vote or to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 98, the nays are 0. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the passage of this bill, the bill, as amended, is passed.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I thank my colleagues for joining both myself and Senator Shelby on the Leahy-Shelby amendment. There's been weeks of negotiation, most of it quiet, but weeks of negotiation going on in this. On this issue, I'm sure I can speak for both Senator Shelby and myself, we each might not have gotten everything that we wanted, but on this specific issue, we got what the country needed. We got the improvements for the security of our capital, the symbol of our democracy. We showed what we can do to help take care of the damage to the Capitol Police, what we've done, what we can do to help those who work so hard here in the Capitol, the men and women throughout the Capitol and Capitol complex facing the threat of COVID. And thanks to bipartisan efforts, we had the issue of people who had worked with our military and our government in Afghanistan. And now as we withdraw, something that both President Trump and President Biden wanted to do within this time frame, as we withdraw, they face retribution from the Taliban. We had to show our commitment to protect them and to save them. And there are money and laws that are in this that will help. All in all, Madam President, it meant a lot of Republicans and a lot of Democrats had to come together. Well, I've been here longer than anybody else in this body. And I've seen days when Republicans and Democrats come together and we accomplish something. And I've seen times when we don't and nothing gets accomplished. I've also found over these years that nobody gets every single thing they want, but you try to do things that will make the country better, that will help the United States of America, and will help the things that we stand for. This bill and the fact that it's passed 98-0 is an example of that. So I thank my colleagues. I yield the floor and suggest you have to the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Vermont.
I ask consent to call the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask consent that further remarks of mine that I be able to add to the record, including so many of the people that needed and should have thanks for what they've done, to be added in the record along with my earlier statement as though read.
Without objection.
Suggest you have the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Alaska.
Madam President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
Yes, it is.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, it's Thursday. It's my favorite time of the week. I get to come down on the Senate floor and talk about someone who's made an impact on their community, maybe the state, maybe the country, and occasionally, the world. And that's what I call our Alaskan of the Week. Now, this is going to be a little bit of a historic Alaskan of the Week. I've been doing this, gosh, going on 6 years almost. And, well, this is a historic moment because we've never made someone an Alaskan of the Week twice. It's never happened. We're making Senate history right now, Madam President. But you might know that we had an historic week in the Olympics because our Alaskan of the Week a month ago, who we talked about here on the Senate floor, Lydia Jacoby, when she made the Olympic team, she won gold. And for anyone who saw that race, that 100-meter breaststroke race a couple nights ago, you'll probably never forget it. We certainly are not going to forget it, and I guarantee you Lydia's hometown of Seward, Alaska, a beautiful, incredible town, 3,000 people, wonderful people, they are not going to forget it. So, history right here on the Senate floor, Lydia Jacoby, gold medalist, as the Washington Post called it in a headline, an Alaskan stunner, is our Alaskan of the Week for the second time. So, Madam President, you know, I always talk a little bit about Alaska before I do my Alaskan of the Week speech. A lot of people, particularly at this point in the summer when they're visiting, curious about the light, if the sun ever sets in the summer, when it rises. So what I always try to do to people is come on up and see for yourself. We'd love to have you. We're having a beautiful summer. I'll give you a hint right now. In Seward, Alaska, that's the home of our gold medal Olympian athlete, Lydia. The sun will rise today at 5:32 a.m. and set around 10:35. That's a lot of sunlight, but we're losing sun fast. We lost about 5 minutes from yesterday, but if you're still thinking about coming up to Alaska for a summer trip, come on and do it. There's still lots of sun. There's tons of excitement across my state, and there is tons of excitement across Alaska and Seward and everywhere else because of this incredible young 17-year-old. And if you saw it on TV, Seward, Alaska, Monday night was probably the site of the best Olympic watch party ever. I hope people saw that, ever. So, I talked about Lydia about a month ago when she cinched her spot on the team, and she did that by actually swimming the second fastest time in the world in the women's 100-meter breaststroke finals in the Olympic trials for the United States. So we in Alaska knew she was something. I'll mention this again, Mr. President, but you know, Alaskans, we punch above our weight in the Winter Olympics. We do really well in the Winter Olympics for reasons that most people probably understand. And we've done pretty well in the Summer Olympics, particularly trap shooting, riflery. We have an Olympic veteran rugby player right now, Alev Kelter from Eagle River, who's also competing. Her team made the Olympic quarterfinals, so she might be on the field later tonight, so good luck to her. We're going to be rooting for her as well. But Alaska has never sent a swimmer to the Olympics, ever, let alone won a gold. As the NBC announcer said after the race, Alaska, quote, is not exactly your hotbed of swimming in America. Someone else pointed out that Alaska is dead last in the U.S. in terms of swimming pools per mile by far. We don't have a lot of swimming pools. And as a matter of fact, Lydia's story is even more impressive because there's only one Olympic-sized pool in the whole state of Alaska, and that's in Anchorage, 2.5-hour drive from Seward, her hometown. So I'll just reiterate a little bit more about this remarkable young woman and her dedicated mom and dad who raised her. Her parents, Leslie and Richard, are both boat captains. Leslie is the educational coordinator for the Marine Science Explorer program at Kenai Fjords Tours, and Rich is a maritime instructor at the Alaska Vocational Technical Center, AVTech as we call it, and he also is a guide for Arctic and Antarctic trips. They raised their daughter Lydia in Seward, signed her up for swim classes when she was a toddler. Good job, Mom and Dad. She joined the swim club when she was just 6 years old. When she was 10, she was selected for the Alaska Swim Zone team. State qualifying meets allowed her to go on trips In between all this, she was and continues to be a musician, learning to play the guitar and upright bass. She sings, she plays at folk festivals. Her band is the Snow River String Band. She was also in theater and in track, likes to write, take pictures, to explore tidal basins. This is just a good all-American teenager in Alaska. And of course, she excelled in swimming. Her parents continue to be, in their words, surprised and amazed, and of course, so proud. One of her coaches, Solomon D'Amico, described her as, quote, kind, quiet, and yet confident, said that Lydia had an intense fire, one that you might not see immediately in her. But neither her parents nor her coach pushed her too hard. They wanted the drive to come from her, and it certainly did. On Monday night, when this historic race started, the NBC announcers were focused mostly on reigning Olympic champion and world record holder American Lily King, as well as the newly minted Olympic record holder Tatiana Shoemaker of South Africa. In the announcers' minds, that's where the competition was. But we knew better, especially in Seward, Alaska, where about 400 people gathered for the race. All eyes were on Lydia. They knew all along she could do it. In Tokyo, the NBC announcers started to notice the underdog. And if you haven't watched the race, go to YouTube. It is so exciting. And they saw her starting to pull ahead in the final seconds. You could hear the announcers getting excited. They said, then you've got Jacoby, lane 3, challenging Shoemaker. Lydia Jacoby. Watch Jacoby. The 17-year-old from Alaska is putting on the surge of her career. Watch it. It is so exciting. And of course she did. Now there's a video of everybody watching in Seward, which quickly went viral, of Lydia's friends and classmates and neighbors jumping up and down, stomping the floor, when the announcer yelled, "Alaska has an Olympic gold medalist." Oh my gosh. The place went nuts. Anyone watching, if you want to get Olympic joy, go on the website and look at the Twitter video that the Olympics put. It is a split-screen shot of the race at the top and the great fans in Seward, Alaska, cheering. And when she wins, watch what happens. It is priceless. It is Olympic joy at its best. Lydia's parents, Rich and Leslie, were in Florida, where NBC and the Olympic Committee had set up a watch party for families of the athletes. They too knew that she had it in her to win the gold. Her dad said when she hit the wall at the turn, we knew she was right in there. She likes to run down people in her races. On television, the joy and the pride of her parents was also priceless. They're still filled with excitement and pride, and let's face it, a little bit of shell shock. And they're so grateful for the outpouring of support from Alaskans, and let's face it, Americans across the country. It's true, Rich said, about Alaska being the biggest small town in the world. Rich said that Lydia is doing great. She's happy, tired, a bit overwhelmed. We don't know yet. She might be competing in an upcoming relay race, which she's super excited about. We'll see if that happens. As for what's next, her dad said Lydia is going to continue her life of being a normal teenager, participate in high school sports, no doubt, continue to play music, and she's still planning on attending the University of Texas in the fall. Normal teenager, but who's touched so many lives across Alaska, particularly Seward, but across the country, really across the globe. As one Washington Post columnist put it on Lydia's win, quote, "There are moments at the Olympics that redefine a town, and there are moments at the Olympics that make you say, that's why I watched the Olympics. That's why I came. That's what the Olympics is all about. And I think we all saw that when we watched this race. We saw that, including the two other competitors who won the silver and bronze, Lily King and Tatiana Shoemaker, who came over to Lydia and were so gracious, hugging her, joyful. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Lydia's coaches, including Solomon, who put so much training and dedicated so much of time and effort to her skills, and of course to her mom and dad for their very hard work, early morning practices, raising an exceptional daughter, to the competitors, really everybody, and of course to Lydia. Great job on your hard work, dedication, grit, determination. Throughout the years, so many people, throughout the decades, so many people have dreamed of finding gold in Alaska. And you're an Alaskan who found gold in a way that has inspired and overjoyed not just your community of Seward, not just our state, but literally our country and the world. So Lydia, congrats on the gold medal. Congratulations on your win. And congratulations, for the first time in Senate history, of being the only person ever to be in our Alaskan of the Week 2 times. Great job. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. In just a few weeks, Mr. President, our nation will come together to remember September 11. It will be the 20th anniversary of that unspeakable act of horror, an attack on our nation that devastated us, and most particularly the families and loved ones who lost members of their families and friends, the fallen, who will be remembered on that day and honored. And I've been honored to stand with those families over the years, as many of us have, as they remembered their loved ones and continued to face the trauma and immeasurable grief of their loss. And in these years, many of those families have sought justice. They've tried to honor their loved ones with action, to vindicate not only their individual grief and mourning, but also justice for our nation, truth, and truth-telling in the courts of law in this country. They have brought legal action against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the face of mounting credible, significant evidence that, in fact, the Saudis aided and abetted that attack on our nation. As a Congress, we have acted to support that effort, and I was proud to help to lead the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, known as JASTA, when we passed it overwhelmingly here, and then, on a bipartisan basis, we overrode the president's veto. It was President Obama who vetoed it, and many of us, including the presiding officer, voted to override that veto, I believe. We opened the courthouse doors to the 9/11 families in their legal effort to hold Saudi Arabia accountable in the face of that evidence of its potential complicity. And again, I was proud to stand with these families in 2018 when I introduced, with the help of Senators Cornyn, Schumer, Gillibrand, Murphy, and Menendez, a resolution urging that documents related to the September 11th attack be declassified to the greatest extent possible. That resolution passed the United States Senate unanimously. Unanimously because all of us recognize that the survivors and the families of the fallen and the American people deserved answers, the truth about what happened on September 11th. Who was behind it? Who supported it? Who aided and abetted it? And who was complicit in enabling that handful of terrorists to do such devastating attack and unspeakable horror on this nation? And many of us have stood with those families to ensure that the 9/11 families not only get their day in court, but are also able to go to court with all the evidence they need to have a fair chance to prove their case. I've asked questions at oversight hearings, including of Director Wray of the FBI. I've sought commitments from nominees like Attorney General Garland, and I've written letter after letter after letter with Democrats and Republicans alike, calling on the Department of Justice and the FBI to provide information that the 9/11 families have requested. I'm proud to continue to stand with those families as we approach this 20th anniversary date. But I also, in fairness to this administration, want to say the moment of truth-telling now has arrived. And there is a moment of reckoning here. These families, since JASTA, have been engaged in an epic legal struggle against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for aiding and abetting the terrorists who attacked the United States on September 11th. But now that struggle is also one against their own government, our government. Because while Congress did our job in passing JASTA, opening the courthouse doors to give those 9/11 families a chance at justice, the last administration invoked the state secrets privilege without explanation to shield the documents and information the 9/11 families need to make their case. The last administration denied them their fair day in court, and I say with great regret that the current administration seems intent on doing the same. My hope is otherwise. And that's the reason that I have raised this issue publicly and privately, repeatedly, not only in the last years, but in the last weeks. To deny information to the 9/11 families, and equally important, to the American people, is unacceptable, and it is unconscionable. The requests that I and so many of my colleagues have made to the Department of Justice and the FBI to disclose and declassify what can be disclosed and declassified in the national interest, those requests have gone unanswered. And sadly, the executive branch across administrations has repeatedly failed to provide any explanation. Let me repeat, failed to provide any explanation, let alone meaningful justification for why there has been no disclosure. And that denial of explanation or justification is itself also unacceptable and unconscionable. These families will never get their loved ones back. But at the very least, they should get answers. In fact, they deserve answers. They deserve the truth. The American people deserve the truth. Now, what the executive branch has done is to invoke broadly and unspecifically something called the state secrets privilege. The state secrets privilege was and remains intended to prevent court-ordered disclosure of government information when genuine and significant harm to the national defense or foreign relations is at stake, but only to the extent necessary to safeguard those interests. And it's also clear under the Department of Justice rules that it should be invoked only upon sufficient showing that it is necessary, and I'm quoting, to protect information, the authorized disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to cause significant harm to national security, and that the invocation be narrowly tailored for that specific purpose. And here's the problem. We don't know if that's what happened in the 9/11 families case or many other cases. We don't know whether decisions to invoke this privilege met this high and exacting standard or were narrowly tailored. And we don't know because in the 9/11 families case, the Department of Justice and the FBI have claimed that even the Trump administration's, quote, justification for secrecy needed to remain secret. And the public discussion of this issue would reveal information that would cause the very harms the assertion of the state secret privilege is intended to prevent. end quote. These blanket assertions and vague justifications undermine both public confidence that our government will only invoke the privilege to protect national security and the pursuit of justice. Now, let's be very clear. There are times when disclosure can imperil methods and secrets and sources in information gathering. There are times when secrecy is important to protect an ongoing investigation. We are talking here about disclosure of information relating to an attack 20 years ago. And there is no indication of any ongoing investigation into the 9/11 attack on our country. There has been no explanation that sources and methods may be imperiled. There has been no justification whatsoever. And similar rationales, blanket assertions of protection, have prevented explanations in other cases as well, and in some instances have led to withholding of documents or information and outright dismissal of cases, depriving victims of an opportunity for justice. In 1948, 3 civilians were killed when a B-29 aircraft testing secret electronic equipment crashed in Waycross, Georgia. Their grieving widows did the only thing they could, bringing a wrongful death action in federal court against the government. But the invocation of the state secrets privilege prevented them from receiving justice and the truth. In 2003, Macedonian officials abducted a German citizen at the request of the CIA. In that instance as well, justice was sought unsuccessfully, and the case was dismissed because the government invoked the state secrets privilege. And in 2006, the FBI allegedly engaged in the targeted religious profiling of Muslims in Southern California. If true, it was and it remains an egregious abuse, one that led these individuals to sue the FBI. But rather than let the case proceed, and rather than let the truth come to light about what the FBI did and why, the government asked the trial court to dismiss the case on the basis of the state secrets privilege. And the trial court agreed. This case, however, is not yet over because the Supreme Court will hear it in the fall after it has wound its way through the lower courts. And as we know, justice is often delayed. In this instance, justice delayed is justice denied, and again, because of the state secrets privilege. Let me close with a bit of history. On September 11, 2019, the then President of the United States, Donald Trump, made a promise. He made a promise to the 9/11 families. He made a promise to them, to their faces. He looked them in the eye, he shook their hands, and he told them that the Department of Justice would disclose documents relevant to their case against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The next day, the Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, in a sworn declaration to the Southern District of New York Federal Court, invoked the state secrets privilege to prevent the release of the very information that the President of the United States had promised those families. The same documents, the same evidence that the President of the United States had vowed to disclose. The very next day, the Attorney General of the United States went into the Federal District Court in New York and said, no. The 9/11 families, whom I have come to know and admire, deserves so much better from the last administration. But it is not about one administration or another. It is about the United States providing them with the truth. It is about our government providing the people of the United States with the truth. I will be coming back to the floor in the weeks ahead, and I hope my colleagues will join me in raising this issue, in calling on the Department of Justice and the FBI to review their decisions invoking this privilege, to disclassify and disclose information that they have withheld. They have yet to explain why the national interest is served by this blanket, unjustified, and unexplained invocation of the state secrets privilege. The 9/11 families and the American public deserve that much and more, and this case is about accountability. It is about holding accountable the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I am not here to argue the case in court. I'm not here to take issue with any legitimate, urgent, narrowly tailored interest that may be served by this privilege, but there is no indication of any such interest. And in fact, neither the FBI nor the Department of Justice should stand in the way of justice for these families in court. They owe the American people an explanation, and they owe the 9/11 families the truth so they can bring it to bear in their quest for justice. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
A lot of issues we're working through right now in the Senate. Obviously, infrastructure is in conversation. What's going to happen with some of the spending dealing with National Guard, Capitol Police. We're working a lot on issues like Afghan translators and trying to be able to get those folks that have walked alongside our soldiers for 20 years and have risked their lives out of harm's way before the Taliban slaughters them. We're engaged in a lot of different issues. There's also a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes, and I thought it might be helpful to be able to give a couple of things that I think we need to consider. One is what's happening in the State Department right now. State Department engagement on the issues of passports is a major issue. It's a frustration for a lot of Americans, and I would tell you a lot of Oklahomans that we deal with on a day-to-day basis on our team are very frustrated with trying to get their passport renewed. Now, they didn't travel last year, obviously, with COVID, but now they want to be able to do some traveling in places where they can. Good luck, though, as we have found. Right now, the backlog at the State Department is about 18 weeks. Today, it's the 29th of July. That means if you turned in your application for your passport today, you may get your passport December the 2nd. Merry Christmas. If you plan on traveling Thanksgiving, you need to pay the extra fee to do an expedited delivery, though that we're at the end of July right now. The problem? The State Department still hasn't brought all of their staff back. They're still not engaging. The rest of the country is open and operating, and the State Department is still studying how they're going to come back in. And millions of Americans are just waiting for their passport. I've spoken to leadership in the administration about this exact issue. In fact, I've talked to some leadership that literally said to me, "Oh, I wasn't aware there was a problem." Listen, there's a problem. And it's not just in State Department, it's in multiple other agencies. As America opens back up, trying to be able to manage all the issues with COVID, very aware of masks and vaccines and spacing, but companies have figured out how to do this. So for some reason, multiple agencies are not. And it is causing real problems. And it's not just problems in our economy with permitting and other things. Some of the policies that have been put in place are causing real problems across our economy for just individuals. We have an unemployment rate right now in June at 5.9%. And we don't know what it'll be for July, but it's getting better and better all the time. In Oklahoma, we have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. We have a lot of people employed because we turned off the extra unemployment benefits at the end of June, and people came back to work. That's a good thing for them, for their families, for their kids, and for our economy. As we continue to be able to re-engage, that's helpful. But what we're seeing right now is inflation, consumer price increases like we've not seen in more than a decade. Consumer price index increased by 5.4%. That's the most in 13 years. So we're watching the rapid rise in prices that Americans feel. It's a direct result of this $2 trillion bill that was done in March, where it paid people not to work and sent checks to individuals and did lots of other benefits. Many people, even economists from the Obama administration, said, don't do this, it will cause inflation. What have we seen? In just the last 5 months, milk prices up, bread prices up, bacon prices up, price of gasoline up, price of wood up, price of building materials up, price of rental cars up, prices of used cars up, shortages in different supply chains. It's the things that we all identified in February and March and said we need to be attentive to, if you dump $2 trillion into the economy, what does that do? In the middle of this dialogue about inflation rising right now and everyone in America seeing the rising prices, there's a conversation about trillions of dollars more of spending. More of spending. What effect do you think that'll have? We've already seen the effect of what happened in March. What effect do you think it'll have to add another, as is being forecast, $3.5 trillion more spending? Now, sometimes we can't wrap our head around this issue of millions, billions, and trillions because it all just seems like numbers. But let me tell you, there's a big difference between millions, billions, and trillions. The best way that I can describe this is if you have a million seconds rather than $1 million. A million seconds is about 11.5 weeks. It's a lot. But 1 billion seconds is 31 and a half years. That's a big difference. Brace yourself, because a billion seconds is 31 and a half years, but a trillion seconds is 31,688 years. These are big numbers that are being thrown around. And it's hard to wrap our head around how much spending is really going on, but the concept of throwing out $3.5 trillion is mind-boggling. Let me give you one more. 1 trillion miles. If I were to say, how far is 1 trillion miles? 1 trillion miles is if you left Washington, D.C. today and flew to the planet Pluto 334 times. From D.C. to our farthest planet, 334 times. That's 1 trillion miles. This is a lot of money that's being thrown around. And it has real consequences, knowing the debt, in the borrowing, in the tax changes, but how much things actually cost. I'm continuing to be able to challenge my colleagues when they discuss all these big numbers and say, let's just throw all this money out there, it'll have no consequence. That I would tell you the people in Oklahoma feel what's going on. They may not know, but they feel it in the prices every day, what's going on in supply chains, and they're very aware. And the number one question that I get asked when I'm out and about places in Oklahoma is, where is all this money coming from? It's a fair question. There's this back channel conversation right now happening on immigration as well. Right now in the news is focused on 10 million other things, and I literally have people in my state saying, things must be going better at the border now because I don't hear about it much anymore. And I'll smile at them and I'll say, I happen to be on that committee and be very engaged in the issues of border management and border security. Things are not getting better, they're getting worse. March was the highest number of illegal crossings in 20 years. It was beaten in April, it was beaten in May, it was beaten in June. Current trend, that will be beaten in July. Just last week, just in 1 week last week, the Rio Grande crossing, just that one sector in 1 week, had 20,000 interdictions in 1 week. At one time, they had 15,000 people that they were detaining. So what's happening in that? I keep hearing from the administration, we're going to take on the root causes. The root causes is a simple way to say, we'll deal with this later. Because if you want to talk about root causes, it's a statement of saying, basically, the problems are in Central America, we can't stop it. Well, that's a nice note, except for here's a list of the countries that have crossed our border illegally just this year. It's over 100. Over 100 countries, individuals have illegally crossed the border. So what about Brazil? What about Chile? What about Colombia? What about Guinea? What about Indonesia? What about Mauritania? Are we going to go after the root causes there? Nicaragua, the Philippines, Indonesia, Romania, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates. This is just a few of the people that have illegally crossed this year in big numbers. Listen, this whole conversation about root causes is a distraction. We do need to be engaged in the Western Hemisphere. We do need to deal with our drug addiction in this country that causes the flow of drugs to be able to move through South America, Central America, Mexico, into the United States. We do need to be aggressive in how we're handling cartels, but to somehow believe that if we poured enough money into the Northern Triangle, that suddenly this would all end is false. We are the greatest country in the world. The root cause of immigration into this country is the great power of the United States, both for freedom and for our economy. People from all over the world want to come here. We have 1 million people a year that legally come to the United States. Legally, 1 million. And folks that don't want to wait in line, pay a cartel, and move through Mexico to be able to get here, literally from all over the world. If we do not enforce our borders, these numbers will continue to rise as they have every single month in this administration. Every month, the numbers get bigger. We've got to get on top of this. I wish I could say the administration's taking it seriously. I wish I could say they have a plan. I wish I could say they've released out their studies that they said they were going to do. But they've not released out their studies. They've not released out their plans. And I continue to ask week after week after week. The first hint that I got of what they plan to do came out in their budget. In their budget, they reduced funding for ICE. They reduced the number of bed spaces for ICE. I was shocked. The numbers continue to skyrocket, and their first release of what they plan to do on it, they asked for a 1,500 bed space reduction in ICE capacity for detention. Now, honestly, when I got it, I thought, I can't believe they're putting it in print, but I already knew that it was going on. Why did I already know that was going on? Because as I track the numbers all the time, I've watched the number of deportations and ICE detentions dramatically decrease. Because while some people are focused on the border, they lose track of the fact that not only is this administration not enforcing our southern border, they're not enforcing the interior of the country. We have 6,000 ICE agents in the United States, 6,000 professional law enforcement career folks that are in the country arresting individuals that are illegally present in the country with the first priority for criminal aliens. That's their first priority, safety and security of the United States. Of the 6,000 agents in the United States, in May, they did 3,000 total arrests. 3,000 among 6,000 agents in a month. That's a record low because the administration changed the rules for ICE agents on who they could interdict. The first big rule change they made is ICE agents cannot arrest someone who's not legally present unless they get permission from regional leadership by name to arrest that individual. Meaning, if they go into a place to arrest someone and they encounter one person that they receive permission to actually arrest, but also find 3 other criminal aliens there, they cannot detain or arrest them. They have to leave them, request by name later to go back and get them, and guess what? They're not there. Shocking. And it's not all criminal aliens. There's only certain criminal aliens that they're now allowed to actually detain. That's a big shift from every previous administration. Let me give you an example that I actually gave to Secretary Mayorkas and asked specifically about some recent frustrating moments from our ICE agents. Just a few days ago, ICE reached out on a previously deported alien by name. This person had been convicted of a sex assault of a minor under age 14. The alien was at large, and they asked permission to be able to go after this alien and to be able to do a street arrest. Remember, they've been deported before. They knew that they were in the area. They were a previous sex offender convicted. They were denied the ability to go after that person. They were told, no, they don't meet the standard. Case number 2, another person that was previously deported. They had a previous conviction for indecency with a child, sexual contact. They were a registered sex offender. They believed they were in the area. They were asked if they could pursue arrest. Regional leadership told them no, they could not. Case number 3, this just happened last week. Previous deported alien twice. So this means they were in the 3rd time in our country illegally. Previous convictions for alien smuggling, that is trafficking of people, theft, illegal entry. They knew they were in the area. They asked if they could do the arrest. Regional leadership told them no. I could go on and on. ICE has a different set of rules now than what they've had in the past. It's not just criminal aliens anymore. It's they have to be a really high criminal alien. I could give you lists of people that have multiple DUI offenses that ICE asked if they could detain them, and they were told no. Listen, We have all said in this room, we should engage with criminal aliens, and criminal aliens should be deported. I don't know of a person in this room that hasn't said it. We stopped in May deporting criminal aliens. Are we going to do nothing about that? If you don't believe me, call Secretary Mayorkas. He will send you a copy that I have as well of the interim guidance that was put out in May for ICE agents, limiting who they could deport and the process for deportation. I've asked him specifically, if someone goes to pick up a criminal alien and there are other aliens that are there, can they be picked up? And the answer has been no. We have a problem, not just on our southern border, but what's happening in our country in the issue of enforcement. And we would be wise if we would pay attention to this. I'm fully aware there are many individuals in this body that do not like the southern border wall. That's been a topic of great debate in this room for several years. But is this body aware that in January of this year, when President Biden paused, quote unquote, the border wall construction and said, I'm going to spend 60 days studying it, that 60-day study is still not complete, 200 days into the presidency. He's still not completed the 60-day study. On top of that, the pause of that construction during that time period, we're still paying contractors to not do construction. So far this year, we have paid contractors $2 billion, billion with a B, $2 billion not to construct the wall. Now, you may think it's a waste to construct the wall. I do not. But please tell me you at least believe it's a waste to not construct a wall and still pay contractors to not construct a wall. We're currently paying contractors $3 million a day to watch the materials that had been delivered by January the 20th that were sitting on the ground for steel, for fiber, for cameras, for lighting, for roads. We're paying $3 million a day to have them watch the materials on the ground to make sure they're not stolen. $3 million a day. That is a waste. And as people cross our border in record numbers, a new policy has been instituted on our southern border called a notice to report. This, again, has never been done by any administration. A notice to report is when the line gets too long on the southern border with people crossing the border, when they're trying to check everyone in. If the line gets too long, Border Patrol are instructed to grab the folks in the back of the line, give them a notice to report. That's a card telling them where ICE agency offices are around the country, and they can just go ahead and go and turn themselves in at whatever ICE agency they want to turn themselves into anywhere in the country. So far, 50,000 people this year have been given one of those cards at our southern border and told, turn yourself in wherever you go in the country. 50,000. My shock as I'm trying to track the number is 13% have actually done it. I was surprised the number was that high. But that means 87% of the people that we've handed a card to and said, turn yourself in wherever you go in the country, have not. 87%. We have no idea where they are of that 50,000 people that were released into the country because the line was too long at that moment. Listen, we can disagree about a lot of things on immigration, but handing people a card and saying, just travel anywhere where you want to go in the country and turn yourself when you get there, can we at least agree that's a bad idea? Can we at least agree paying contractors $2 billion not to construct the wall is a bad idea? Can we at least agree that criminal aliens that have been previously convicted and are being picked up for another charge should at least be deported in the process? Can we at least agree that if you want to deal with the quote-unquote root causes in the Northern Triangle in Central America, does not deter the people from over 100 countries that have crossed our southern border this year illegally. There is a bigger problem. Can we at least agree that we should address this? We have a great deal of work to be able to be done. I would encourage all of us to get the facts, to get the details of what's really happening, and to understand that when over 1 million people have illegally crossed the border just this year that we know of, that's a problem. And it's a problem that hasn't been there in the past anywhere close in this kind of number. And we should address it in this body. I've written letters, I've made phone calls, I've done reports, we've done research, I've sat down with Secretary Mayorkas, I've held nominees for DHS. I have done everything that I can do to bring this issue to the forefront. And though others seem to ignore it, this is an issue that we should not ignore. National security is not something we should be flippant about. And not everyone crossing that border is just coming for a job. We should engage. With that, I yield the floor.
Senator from Maine is recognized.
Madam President, I rise to speak of a friend and colleague who we lost this week. Mike Enzi, Senator from Wyoming, retired from this body in January of this year when his successor was seated, but served here honorably for several decades. I think the simplest description I can give of him is that he was a kind, good, and decent man. I worked with him on the Budget Committee, but I got to know him best through the Wednesday morning prayer breakfast, where he was, to say he was a regular participant is an understatement. Even after he left the Senate, he was in every single prayer breakfast, including last week, from his home in Wyoming via WebEx. He was a devoted family man and a devoted man in the service of his country in this body. He had a rare quality. Unfortunately, I don't think it was all that rare some years ago, but it seems to be becoming rarer and rarer. It's a quality my father preached to me years ago. You can disagree without being disagreeable. And that was the way he was. He disagreed. He and I disagreed on a large number of matters, particularly on the Budget Committee, but he never was overbearing. He never was condescending. He never was harsh. It was always in the spirit of disagreement in good faith based upon principle. One of the problems, and I want to talk about Mike Enzi, but I also want to put him in the context of modern politics, because I think there are a couple of lessons we can learn from him to try to change the course that we seem to be embarked upon. And one of the problems with modern American politics is we don't have opponents, we have enemies. We've converted those who we disagree with as to people we demonize and say are bad people, they're evil. They aren't. They have different views. They have different values, perhaps they have different principles. But to convert opponents into enemies is to poison our democratic system. It's to poison our ability to work together in the common good. If you make someone into an enemy, they're going to be an enemy, even when it comes to something where you might agree. And Mike Enzi never did that. One of the things Mike Enzi taught me was the 80-20 rule. We've all heard of 80-20 rules in various contexts. His 80-20 rule was, if you're working on a difficult public issue, work on the 80% where you can agree and put the 20% where you disagree aside. And he was able to do that throughout his career. He was famous before I got here, but he was famous for working with Senator Ted Kennedy of Massachusetts when they were both on the HELP committee. And I said, Mike, how did you get along with Ted Kennedy? He said it was easy, 80-20. We put the 20% aside where we knew we were going to differ, and we worked on the 80% where we could. And if everybody applied that principle around here, we would get a lot more done. He was also a principled senator. Indeed, he would have been on the floor today making a point of order about the budget, supplemental budget that we just passed, because he believed in the principle of the Budget Act. He believed in the principle of balancing budgets. He was an accountant. And he was a principled man. And he was also decent and kind, as I mentioned. But there's one story about him that I want to tell that has stuck with me, and I've told it 100 times, although I never told it while he was with us. Now that he's lost us, I think he's lost to us. I think he would be okay with my telling this story. I was having dinner with him one night early on when I was here in the Senate, and he mentioned that he was concerned about the possibility of having a primary opponent in the Republican primary in Wyoming. And I was incredulous. I said, Mike, you're one of the most conservative senators here. How can somebody possibly get to your right? And here was my precise question. What will they charge you with? And his answer was as profound as it was disturbing. He said, they'll charge me with being reasonable. Think about that for a minute. He was concerned about the possibility of losing a primary election because he had been reasonable, because he applied the 80-20 rule and tried to work together to solve problems even though there were disagreements on other areas. But he could lose, he could have lost his election because he was willing to listen to the other side, to be reasonable, to try to find accommodation, and yes, compromise. And this isn't only a Republican issue. This is a growing issue across our country in primaries, particularly in gerrymandered districts where the primary is the election. And we're getting a new crop of representatives and senators who are coming here who've been told, don't you dare compromise. Don't you dare listen to those other people. You better watch who you're having lunch with. I remember spending some time with our immortal Senator Margaret Chase Smith from Maine, who I got to know fairly well before we lost her in the mid-90s. And she said, during the McCarthy period, you literally had to worry about who you had lunch with in the Senate dining room. Because of guilt by association, you would be associated with some liberal senator. We don't want that to be the case. It shouldn't be the case. But if you can lose a primary because you're viewed as someone who's willing to compromise, whether you're getting that primary from the left or from the right, imagine what it does to our ability to get things done. If people come here knowing that one of the ways they can jeopardize their career is by listening to the other side, trying to get to know what's going on the other side, and compromising to get something done, it's paralysis. It's one of the reasons we're in paralysis. Mike Enzi said, they're going to charge me with being reasonable. I think this is one of the hidden problems in American politics today. It's not what your position is on abortion or gun rights or foreign policy or any other immigration. It's whether you're willing to talk to the other side, listen, and try to get to a compromise to solve a problem. That can cost you your seat. What a pernicious doctrine. What a dangerous situation. Democracy is built upon compromise. We have 535 people in this building. We're going to have 535 different viewpoints, interests. We represent different states, different areas. We have different principles. We have different values. We've got to compromise. Otherwise, it's just perennial gridlock, which, by the way, our constituents hate. When I talk to people in Maine, the biggest question I get is, why can't you people work together? Why can't you get anything done? Why can't you talk to one another and sit down and break bread together and solve problems? This idea of not being able to compromise, this body is a product of compromise. At the Constitutional Convention in 1787, the debate almost fell apart on the issue of representation. There was the large state plan and the small state plan, and the worry was if it was only one body of the legislature that the big states with more population would overrun the smaller states. They couldn't figure out what to do, and finally one of the delegates from Connecticut proposed what was called the Great Compromise, which was the invention of the U.S. Senate. This body itself is built on compromise. But there is no human problem that can be solved without compromise. Nobody has it all right. Nobody has all the answers. No party has all the answers. No group of people have all the answers. You always are better off listening to other people, debating, and coming to some consensus solution. I have a friend in Maine that has a big sign in his office that says, "All of us are always smarter than any of us." And I think that's a profound observation. It means that there's wisdom throughout this room and throughout this body, and that we have to tackle these difficult problems, difficult, challenging problems that we have, using all the wisdom that we could possibly get our hands on. And that means listening to other people, even though we may not agree with them. I just sat and listened to the senator from Oklahoma make an impassioned and I think powerful statement about immigration. He raised questions in my mind that I want answers to. That's the way this place is supposed to work. But if I can't go back to Maine, if I can't go back and admit I listened to the senator today and he raised questions that bothered me, if I can't say that, if that in itself would endanger my career, then if people are coming here fearing that kind of being locked out, we'll never get anything done. So to me, Mike Enzi was a hero and a model of the kind of person that we need in this body. I didn't agree with him on a lot of issues, but he was always willing to listen. And I did agree with him. There was some measurable percentage, I don't know, 10, 20, 30%, where we did agree, and he was a very effective ally. Because he was so respected here, because people knew that he made his own decisions. And we need more people like him, and we need to remember the principle that he shared with us, which is be reasonable. When we're in a place where being reasonable is an offense that can cost you your job, we're in real trouble as a country. We're in real trouble as a democracy. It's hard enough in a democracy to make decisions and to get things done. That's inherent in our system. The framers wanted to design a system that was difficult and cumbersome to operate, and they succeeded beyond their wildest dreams. But it was always based upon a principle of listening, of debating, of changing minds, and yes, of compromising. So I want to pay tribute to Mike Enzi today, not only because, as I said, he was a kind, good, and decent man, but because I think he was an example of the kind of people that we need here and the way we should conduct ourselves and the way we should do our work. And we also have to talk to our constituents and say to them, you have to let me listen to the other side. You have to give me a little space to try to do something good. It may not be perfect. It may not be just what you like. But it may be what we need. It may be the best we can do in a pluralistic democratic system where people have different outlooks, viewpoints, values, and priorities. So we lost a great man this week. We lost a great person. We lost a great senator. We lost a great friend. We'll miss him. I miss not only Mike and that great smile, but I miss what he stood for, the way he conducted himself, the way he treated his fellow senators and everyone that he encountered. Mike Enzi was a great man. I hope we can live up to his example. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
No, we are not.
Thank you. Madam President, let me state the obvious. There's a big and growing problem in our country, and the American people are becoming more and more alarmed. A recent poll found that 60% of Americans are worried about crime. The percentage of those who say they are extremely concerned is at the highest point in more than 2 decades, and it's easy to see why. Even our former colleague from California, Senator Barbara Boxer, was recently assaulted and robbed in California. But cities across our country have experienced an alarming spike in violent crime and murder rates. New York City has seen nearly double the number of shootings from 2019 to 2020. Nationwide homicides are up 25% during that same period. That's the largest single-year increase since 1960. Not only are the American people noticing these increases with growing alarm, they're eager to see solutions that help make things better by improving public safety. A recent poll found that 90% of Detroit residents said they would feel safer with more cops on the street, not fewer. That seems intuitive, seems obvious, but apparently not to everybody. Because this is the antithesis of the rhetoric we've heard over the past year, as many on the left have called to defund the police and reduce the role that law enforcement officers play in our lives. A number of major cities took the recommendation of these activists and eliminated funding for their police departments. New York City, Oakland, Baltimore are among the many cities to cut police funding. Today, they're among those increasing police budgets to address rising crime rates that I think are directly related to the defund the police effort. It's important to note that not all the leaders of our major cities are on board with this trend. Last summer, when I was in Dallas, visiting my friend Mayor Eric Johnson, it was on its way to recording the highest number of murders in 16 years. The City Council cut the police department's overtime budget by $7 million. Mayor Johnson pushed back against these irresponsible cuts at the time when crime and domestic violence were already on the rise. And now he's pushing the city to hire 275 new police officers and increase officers' salaries. The truth of the matter is, Texans, like other folks across the country, are concerned about the increase in crime in their communities. Leaders should want to focus on the needs of their constituents, but a small but loud group of liberal activists who want to reimagine law enforcement, whatever that means, apparently have prevailed on those who would like to see our communities safer. Well, we're starting to see a response, or really a boomerang, from these defund the police efforts. For example, just take a look at the new Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City. At this point last year, protesters marched in the streets of New York chanting, "Defund the police." 1 year later, the presumed winner is a former NYPD captain who ran on a tough on crime platform. As it turns out, practical solutions to real problems carry more weight than ideological warfare. Here in the Senate, we're in the process of finding solutions to deliver tangible results. Our friend, Senator Tim Scott, is leading negotiations with our Democratic colleagues, and I know I'm not alone in hoping we can take bipartisan action to restore trust and accountability in our police, while at the same time having their back. But we have to remember that this crime surge is tied to far more than police departments. Make no mistake, law enforcement plays a key role in stopping crime, but there's a lot more that can and should be done to prevent crime from happening in the first place. One factor we can't ignore is the crisis on our southern border. Despite the fact that we've reached migration levels not seen in the previous 2 decades, the Biden administration has simply failed to provide law enforcement with the resources they need in order to secure our borders. Border Patrol agents who should be on the front lines of this crisis are caring for children. Instead of stopping criminals and illegal drugs from coming across our border, they're changing diapers and supervising playtime. Meanwhile, the drug cartels, who are very sophisticated, they understand that when you take 40% of the Border Patrol off the border and have them processing unaccompanied children, that's a prime opportunity to smuggle illicit drugs into the United States, which unfortunately contributed to the death of 93,000 Americans last year alone, just in drug overdoses. So when our Border Patrol is not adequately funded and resourced, or is, because of bad policy decisions, diverted from their primary task, we don't know who is crossing the border, and we are creating more risk for our communities across the country. The lack of personnel creates huge gaps, and make no mistakes, the criminals and the cartels know how to exploit those gaps. In 2019, a 33-year-old Honduran national was arrested in North Carolina on rape and child sex offense charges. This man had been previously deported, but he illegally re-entered the United States. After his arrest, the county jail refused to honor the detainer from ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and so the man was released. It took 2 months before ICE was finally able to arrest him. But this type of story is not unique. We all remember the tragic murder of Kate Steinle in 2015. She and her father were walking along a pier in San Francisco when she was shot and killed. The man who killed her was an illegal immigrant who'd been deported not once, not twice, but 5 times. And he had 7 felony convictions. Now, I want to be clear about one point. The actions of these criminals do not and should not reflect on the tens of millions of law-abiding immigrants, period. Any attempt to frame immigrants in general as a threat to our country is completely devoid of facts and detached from reality. But my point in sharing these stories is to show that there are devastating and dangerous consequences to an unfettered flow of people and drugs and other contraband across the southern border. We need to know exactly who and what is crossing our border. And this applies both to people and contraband. Cartels and criminal organizations are paying very close attention to the state of our border security. They see when gaps are created by fewer officers on the front lines, and they're simply exploiting those gaps. Fentanyl, heroin, cocaine, methamphetamine, and marijuana are pouring across our border at an alarming rate. As I mentioned, there are deadly consequences, with 93,000 Americans dying of drug overdoses last year alone. That's up 30% over the previous year. And the experts tell us there is an association between substance abuse and crime. There are crimes involving the drug users themselves, both who steal to buy drugs as well as those who are under the influence of drugs when they commit their crimes. And we can't ignore the dangers drug dealers and traffickers create for our communities. Last week, the police chief of the District of Columbia held a press conference to discuss crime increases in this city. He talked about the dangers of marijuana use, saying, "I can tell you that marijuana is undoubtedly connected to violent crimes that we're seeing in our communities." He went on to say this creates a very dangerous situation because those individuals get robbed, those individuals get shot, those individuals get involved in disputes all across our city. That's not his words. Those are his words. Those are not mine. But those dangers apply to any type of drug being moved and distributed by illegal channels, whether it's marijuana, heroin, cocaine, fentanyl, or anything else. We have a fundamental responsibility, Madam President, to stop criminals, stop the cartels, stop gang members, stop the drug dealers, and the host of unknown dangers from quietly slipping across our border and infiltrating our communities. The Biden-Harris administration needs to take these responsibilities seriously. Madam President, the Senate's not in order.
Senate will be in order.
Madam President, the Biden-Harris administration need to take their responsibilities for public safety seriously. The only thing worse than the increase in crime and the growing concern among the public is the prospect of things actually getting worse. If we're not stopping dangerous people and drugs at the border, we're handicapping local police departments by defunding them. And what do we expect to happen? Do we think there will actually be a positive outcome? Well, that's detached from reality, of course. The American people are overwhelmingly concerned about the increase in crime in America, and they deserve to have a government that prioritizes the safety of them and their families. Concerns about crime are shared by both Republicans and Democrats. My friend, the mayor of Dallas, Eric Johnson, who I mentioned a moment ago, had to fight with his own city council to get the police adequately funded. He is a proud Texas Democrat. So these are not partisan matters. This is not a time, but this is not a time as well to pull critical funding from our police or villainize officers or paint with such a broad brush that the actions of one taint the reputation and our support for the rest of law-abiding and patriotic law enforcement officers. This is not the time to relax our enforcement at the border or create even more opportunities for crime cartels and gangs to exploit our laws. So, Madam President, crime in America is a very real problem, and the Biden administration needs to wake up and address this full range of contributing factors before the situation becomes even more dangerous in all of our communities across the state. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I'd note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Senator from Georgia is recognized. Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I ask the quorum call be set aside.
Without objection.
Madam President. Madam President, I believe health care is a human right. And with all the incentives on the table for Georgia to expand Medicaid, it is past time to do so. My home state of Georgia, where state leaders have refused to expand Medicaid, has the opportunity to provide affordable health care to 646,000 people who could qualify. I refuse to allow Georgians to suffer and be cut off from care while politicians play games. And this is why I introduced recently the Medicaid Saves Lives Act. This is legislation that would allow people in states like mine who haven't expanded Medicaid an alternative path to health coverage. Because for far too many, access to affordable, reliable health care is the difference between life and death. Madam President, I agree with Martin Luther King Jr., who said that of all the injustices, inequality in health care is the most shocking and the most inhumane. And so I'm grateful that this plan, the Medicaid Saves Lives Act, which I introduced the other day, is positioned to be included in the forthcoming economic package. And that's why I rise again on the Senate floor to tell the story of another Georgian, a story that gets to the heart of why this bill is important. This is Amy Belowski. Amy is an owner of a small business, Harebrained Productions. It is an event planning and entertainment company in Tucker, Georgia. As you can imagine, Amy's company took a significant hit during the pandemic. Unable to book regular gigs and plan events that all of us miss as we have been clawing our way back from this pandemic. Amy qualified for unemployment benefits this past year. And with that critical support, Amy had temporary access to affordable marketplace plans created by the Affordable Care Act. But with the end of Georgia's unemployment benefits looming and the entertainment sector still suffering from the effects of the pandemic, her access to coverage, the coverage she so desperately needs, is on the brink. Again. At the same time, she will have to manage her thyroid disease, high blood pressure, pituitary gland tumor, fibroids, and all the other health hiccups that come along with aging. If Georgia was to expand Medicaid, or if there was a federal Medicaid program for non-expansion states like Georgia, Amy would no longer have to worry about getting reliable health coverage for her chronic conditions. This is the human face of the public policy we make, or the public policy we fail to make. As our state's health care options stand now, Amy says she, quote, doesn't think they care about people like me falling through the cracks. Even more disappointing, when asked what Medicaid expansion would mean for her, Amy was reluctant to even picture that future. She said, well, it's really difficult to say because I've never had consistent health care. It is hard to imagine. Think about that. It is hard for somebody who works every day with a kind of entrepreneurial thrust, serious work ethic, grit, and determination in the richest country on the planet. She says it's hard for her to imagine having consistent health care. She says she's used to being shoved aside and doing without. But with all of Amy's health issues, doing without, as she puts it, can only work for so long. We're costing Georgia more and more every day by not providing access to health care to the people who need it most. Like Amy's story speaks to, without affordable and comprehensive coverage, preventive care and annual appointments are skipped, conditions that could perhaps be treated or seen at their early stage or prevented worsen. And Georgians end up using emergency rooms instead of addressing these health issues in primary care appointments months prior. This past year, Amy herself had to go to the ER because of chest pains. And with a history of high blood pressure, she couldn't ignore the sharp pain in her chest that wasn't going anywhere. And so she made her way to the ER. After all, what if it was a heart attack? A short stay later, after spending less than an hour in a hospital room, she went home with a $3,000 bill. That's bad policy for her. It's certainly bad policy for every Georgian. What kinds of costs would be avoided for the hospital and for Amy herself if she had access to a primary care provider through Medicaid and more regular, affordable, consistent access to care? Madam President, in other states, Amy would be eligible for Medicaid. And according to Amy, access to reliable, quality, affordable health care through Medicaid would be nothing short, she says, of miraculous. Amy is one Georgian who represents the stories of hundreds of thousands in our state and across the country who need the Medicaid Saves Lives Act. And until we get this done, because I believe that health care is a human right, I'm going to keep lifting up Amy's story and the stories of other Georgians who would benefit from this life-saving legislation. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi is recognized.
I'm told that the distinguished senator from Georgia may have some follow-up unanimous consent. Okay, if not, I'm happy to proceed. Madam President, I rise today pointing out an injustice done by the authorities running the Tokyo Olympics. This morning, Americans learned the news that Sam Kendricks, an American double world champion pole vaulter, from Oxford, Mississippi, has been shut out of competing at the Tokyo Olympics after a positive COVID-19 test today. Almost certainly a false positive COVID-19 test. This is an injustice that can still be rectified if the Olympic Committee will be fair. For those of you who don't know Sam, he's an alum of the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss, where he took back-to-back NCAA championships before launching his professional career. He won the U.S. Olympic trials in 2016 and went on to the Rio Olympics, where he took home the bronze medal. But then again, you probably do remember Sam Hendricks. He's the pole vaulter who stopped mid-run in the 2016 Olympics to stand and salute for his national anthem. That's Sam Kendricks, Olympic champion from the state of Mississippi. He's made his school, his state, and his nation very proud, and by all accounts, he was expected to be a contender for the gold medal this year. But after testing negative for the COVID virus 3 times, Sam received a positive test result earlier today. The time frame is different in Tokyo, but it was on Thursday. And under International Olympic Committee rules, he was immediately disqualified from competition, even though he had previously tested negative 3 times, even though he has already had the coronavirus, and even though a follow-up test administered according to U.S. Olympic standards came up negative. The rules are you got to wait 6 days. Well, guess what? His competition is Friday. And adherence to hidebound rules like that will bar him from the Olympics. No consideration for the fact that his test, one of thousands of tests administered daily, may very well have been a fluke. As Sam told the world, he's not sick, he's not displaying symptoms, he's already had COVID-19 and should be immune. And again, he tested according to USA Track and Field team tests immediately after getting this false positive. Obviously, the fair thing for the Olympic Committee to do would be to follow up immediately on another test to verify whether all these negatives were correct, and undoubtedly they were. But the powers that be won't allow Sam Kendricks to get an official follow-up. No, according to protocols, he must wait 6 days. Then he can have a follow-up test, which no doubt would show that he doesn't have the coronavirus. What's magic about 6 days? What about the young athlete? What about fundamental fairness? As Sam Kendricks' father said, these athletes travel too far, work for too many years, make too many sacrifices not to confirm a positive test. A very inexpensive thing to do. I agree with Mr. Kendricks. These athletes should be given a confirming test, one test to minimize the chances of a false positive. But that's not the way the Olympic authorities in Japan see it. My question is this, Mr. President. What is the health risk of a follow-up test? How could it possibly hurt anyone or anything to make sure you've got it right when you tell a young American that he can't compete for his nation in the Olympics? So, Mr. President, I say I'm not just disappointed. I am outraged. Outraged that a young athlete is unfairly missing out on his chance to show his talent to the world and to win a gold medal on behalf of his country. Aghast that a proud global tradition like the Olympics, a celebration of sport, competition, and international cooperation, has been reduced to testing protocols, rigid rules that are fundamentally unfair, inflexible rules that assume there's no such thing as a false positive. I send my best wishes and congratulations to Sam Kendrick and his family for the good grace they have displayed in the face of this unfair and pointless disqualification. And allow me to state emphatically that I'm not willing to be so gracious. If this action stands, and I hope it will not stand, this hidebound decision by the decision makers at Tokyo should make them ashamed of themselves. Mr. President, it's not too late. Even today, it's Friday morning in Tokyo. Even today, the Olympic Committee can use common sense and fairness. It's Friday morning in Tokyo. When the sun comes up, give Sam Kendricks a confirming test and allow this young man to represent his country. And I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, the word republic means public thing in Latin. We bring our different perspectives and our different identities together respectfully to make decisions for an entire nation. The United States is a nation with diverse, varied beliefs, different cultural origins, and different politics from the different regions, the different states that we represent. It has been this way from the very beginning. Much as some of us imagine otherwise, from the very outset of our republic, there were immense regional differences. Depending on which state someone represented, they might have different views. Now, our republic, and for that matter, any republic ever in the history of republics, has relied on the willingness of the citizenry to be kind. For individuals who play a role in that republic to be kind and respectful and decent to each other, even when, especially when, we disagree with each other. Our founders knew that, and they enshrined it into our Constitution. But as much as anything, they assumed it. And it was on that set of assumptions that the norms enshrined in the Constitution became possible, because without them, they would not be. Without them, none of this would work. You see, the only way our republic can possibly function now, or 250 years ago, or 250 years from now, it always has to follow a somewhat similar formula. The only way it can function is when citizens and leaders are gracious to those with whom they disagree and grant the freedom necessary to allow others to make choices, even if those choices might be things that they disagree with. We've witnessed the degradation of American political discourse for some time now. It's been a sad, tragic reality unfolding, but it's not an inexorable conclusion. It's not one from which we cannot depart, but we must make a choice to do better, to choose a better path. We received a bulletin earlier today, a bulletin from the Capitol Police, indicating that all visitors and all House staffers, and in fact, all House members, are required to wear masks indoors indoors or be denied entry or forced to leave the premises. And at least in the case of staff and visitors, if they fail to comply, they'll be arrested for unlawful entry. Conviction for a violation of this rule will, according to the bulletin, be punished by a fine of not more than $1,000, imprisonment for not more than 6 months, or both. The Senate, which happens to be housed in the same building as the House, is not subject to these same requirements. But is this decision based on science? Or is it based on the will and whim of the Speaker of the House of Representatives? Whatever the reason, the arrest of peaceful House staffers shows the total loss of political grace in the House of Representatives. I cannot fathom a legitimate reason to arrest a person in this building for not wearing a mask. I cannot fathom a legitimate reason for arresting anyone based on failure to wear a mask. Members are not treated as the legitimate representatives of their constituents, as in fact they are under our system of government, when they're subjected to this kind of manipulation, when they're subjected to this type of oppressive order. Staff under this type of oppressive directive aren't treated as hardworking, dedicated Americans, which truly they are. Instead, everyone who doesn't comply is deemed the enemy of the current House of Representatives. There's no room for disagreement or dissent. It is tragic indeed to see a key deliberative body where dissent and debate are supposed to be tolerated and appreciated and decided, and have been not just for decades but for centuries. To see that turned into a place where disagreement and dissent are disdained and punished by arrest. Congress works on collegiality and respect. We need to get back to those basics. Regardless of what you might think about the coronavirus, about the vaccine, about masks, there's never a good reason to arrest someone for not wearing a mask. This decision falls into the larger context of the Center for Disease Control's recent flip-flop on masks and the Biden administration's worrying push toward mask and vaccination mandates. The CDC issued updated recommendations earlier this week, stating at its outset that masks should be worn indoors in areas of, quote, substantial or high transmission, close quote, even by individuals who have been fully vaccinated. Now, this new guidance claims that, quote, emerging evidence suggests that fully vaccinated persons who do become infected with the Delta variant are at risk for transmitting it to others, close quote. But, Mr. President, one glaring thing is missing from that conclusion: evidence backing up the CDC's claims. In fact, the CDC didn't publish any new research on the effectiveness of the COVID vaccines against the newer variants when it issued its latest edict. The CDC's website simply cites unpublished data from its own COVID-19 response team when it makes this new, rather significant, rather jarring, rather impactful, and rather unwise claim. The CDC is undermining its own credibility, and thus, I believe, placing public health and safety at risk by going back and forth on recommendations and failing to be upfront about whether there's any actual reliable scientific evidence to support or compel those recommendations. In fact, even when asked questions by members of Congress, the CDC is failing to respond. This is not hyperbole, this is not conjecture, this is based on my own personal experience. I'll point to the fact that on April 24th, more than 3 months ago, I sent a letter to the Centers for Disease Control asking a very simple question, a simple question that I would hope anyone here would want to be asked. I wanted to know, why is it that when there are so many of our peer nations around the world that don't require masks to be worn on airplanes, for example, by children as young as 2, as we do in the United States. You know, many of our peer nations, mask requirement may not kick in until 10 or 11 years old, or in some cases 5 or 6 years old. But here, the CDC has said that it's got to kick in at 2 years old. I'd ask the question, did any of these people who made this recommendation, who made that conclusion, that 2-year-olds should have to travel with a mask, have they ever known an actual 2-year-old? Have they ever raised a child? Have they ever traveled on an airplane? Have they ever traveled in a car, in a bus, on a train, in the rain, anywhere, with an actual child? This doesn't work. Now, when you add that to the fact that children react to the virus differently than adults do, and that's putting it mildly, when you add that to the fact that this creates other problems for children, not just for those handling them, but for the kids themselves, it makes it especially important to know why. Now, my letter wasn't attempting to make any case. My letter was simply trying to obtain information. You see, because when the CDC makes these sweeping recommendations, and sometimes they like to make them feel easier by calling them recommendations, when in fact they precipitate a whole host of things that feel a whole lot more binding than recommendations. You see, because if you get on an airplane or a bus or a train, or you go to a bus depot or a train station or an airport, and you've got a 2-year-old who won't wear a mask, as any red-blooded American 2-year-old will not do, you're told that you're subject to arrest and that you're violating federal law if you do that. So it's not unreasonable to ask that they pony up with information. If they're going to make recommendations, they should explain to us what those recommendations are. So I asked them, what scientific proof is there that a 2-year-old needs to wear a mask? Well, I sent that on April 24th. Didn't hear anything on April 25th, or April 26th, or the 27th, or the 28th, 29th, or 30th, or any of the days of the months of May, or June, or July, and we're almost to the end of the month of July. They didn't respond to this. I don't know why. Maybe they're really busy doing other stuff. Maybe they're really busy figuring out where they're going to flip-flop next and where they're going to issue their next edict that the American people are expected to follow, all in the name of it being science that we have to defer to blindly without any evidence. But this isn't acceptable, and it doesn't inspire confidence, nor does it inspire confidence for an agency that makes these sorts of recommendations that have a really significant impact, to flip-flop and not justify its own analysis, not provide even a scintilla of scientific proof for what it did. So let's get back to its more recent flip-flop. The fact that it's flip-flopped this week, coupled with the fact that it hasn't backed up its other claims over the last few months, is understandably troubling to many of us. Especially so when you consider the fact that, in my personal experience, look, I've been vaccinated. I chose to get the vaccine. I respect those who have chosen not to. For many of those I've known who've been reluctant to get the vaccine, who eventually got the vaccine, most of them, I would say, ended up getting it when they realized that certain aspects of life could be made more predictable and more convenient if they did get the vaccine. Many people, when they walked into a hotel lobby or a restaurant or a grocery store or a Costco or a Sam's Club, if they would see signs saying that vaccinated persons need not wear masks, they'd realize there's some benefit there. That if they got the vaccine, they could walk in there and say, well, I don't have to wear the mask. Now, obviously, we don't ever want to get to the point where somebody has to wear an armband to prove whether they've been vaccinated or not. In fact, that would be an absolutely horrifying experiment that we should not attempt. But the fact is that when people see that there might be some benefit, as they're more likely to do, if they see that something different will happen in their life if they get the vaccine, they're more likely to get it. But when you're constantly moving the goalposts, you're saying, here are the benefits of the vaccine. Oh, psych, just kidding. We're moving along. We're going to take those away. People are not going to get it. And so if you want more people to get vaccinated, you darn well better have the CDC getting its act together, providing scientific evidence for what the CDC is recommending and what it's not. And so, look, I'm still waiting for answers from the CDC on my April 24th letter. And I'm still waiting for answers from the CDC when it comes to scientific evidence supporting their most recent flip-flop. But while we wait for those answers, and that clock is ticking, I don't know whether we need to start humming the tune to Jeopardy, but they do need to provide those answers. And while we wait for those answers, here are a few principles that I think might help guide some of our discussions. Our government needs to trust Americans to make these decisions, some of the most personal decisions that a human being can make for themselves. We need to trust the people's representatives in Congress to make decisions regarding the law. We need to be able to trust each other, to be decent, and to be kind when we disagree. We have to learn from our own history, from our own nature as individuals, and from the history that we've experienced as a nation. We cannot stand by while those in power simply decide on their own whim that they're going to arrest political opponents for disagreeing. You know, at what point did we decide that it was okay to cross that threshold? I mean, I get it. We always need to be able to disagree without being disagreeable. Sometimes that's really hard. Sometimes all of us fall a little short of that mark. But I think all of us should be able to agree that we shouldn't arrest those who disagree with us merely because they disagree with us. That's wrong. We're better than that. This time calls for more political understanding and hearty, legitimate debate, not blind mandates and manipulation. We have to remember that at its heart, at its core, government is not deity. It's neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Government doesn't have eyes to see you. It doesn't have arms with which to embrace you. It doesn't have a heart with which to love you. Government is force. It's the official use of coercive force. Now, we need that. We need that to protect safety, to make sure that we don't hurt each other, that we're not harmed by others, that we don't take each other's possessions. But we've got to be very careful about how we operate it, because otherwise force is just force. And if we start arresting everyone with whom we disagree, we're not going to be able to do the things we need to do, which is to make sure that government's there to prevent people from hurting each other and taking each other's things. We need to be kind to our neighbors, even when, especially when, we disagree. We need to be helpful and caring to those around us, even if they vote, feel, believe, or even act very differently than we do. We must not allow for arrests and mandates to members of Congress and their staffs without providing sufficient evidence. And yeah, all of this stuff goes both ways. We all need to be respectful of each other's opinions. But look, we're not talking here about activity that by its very nature is so harmful that it warrants the use of blunt political force in the form of an arrest. I cannot fathom a circumstance in which it's ever appropriate to arrest another human being for not wearing a mask, COVID or no COVID. That's not arrest material, Mr. President. In Congress and across the country, what we need now is a return to American graciousness. Our way of life and our precious republic are at stake. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am pleased to come and join my colleagues on the floor today and have a discussion about what is taking place here in this Capitol building. Now, my colleague from Utah just mentioned something that I think is so important: being able to disagree agreeably, having a difference of opinion, and showing respect to other people. This nation has remained strong and vibrant and free because we believe in robust, respectful, bipartisan debate. We do not lock up or silence or push or disappear people who disagree with us and our beliefs. And what we see happening in the House, where the Capitol Police would have the ability to haul staffers and visitors to jail for their decision not to wear a mask. Now think about that. It would be not wearing a mask, a choice, making a choice to not wear a mask. So it is important for us to realize this is a difference of opinion. We have told the American people, get vaccinated. I've chosen to be vaccinated, so have most of my family. Get the vaccine. That's kind of like your ticket to freedom from wearing a mask if you choose. You don't have to put that mask on if you get vaccinated. But now what are we hearing? Masks are coming back. The science is very divided on the value of a mask. Is it just to protect you? Is it to protect others? Do masks serve as a disincentive for people to actually get the vaccine, which is what we have encouraged people to do? Talk to your physician. Make certain the vaccine is right for you and get the vaccine so you don't have to wear the mask. Now, one of the things that we know is this: COVID is here to stay. We are going to continue to have COVID-19 in our presence. We know that, but we also know that this that is happening today is not necessarily about masks. This is about continuing to perpetrate these lockdowns. That we've had a series of lockdowns and scares and things where we are pulling back on freedom and giving power to the government and lessening the ability for individual choices. That's what this is about. There is no deliberation that appears to have gone into this newest mandate from the Speaker of the House, but you don't need deliberation when you've decided that you can just resort to threats such as this, locking up staffers and visitors if they do not wear a mask on the House side. Just over the past few days, we've seen high-profile Democrats buying right into this new tactic. Here's some of what we've been hearing, and you know, as a mom and a grandmom, I hear a lot from moms and grandmoms. And my text threads and email and phone calls, Mr. President, you just wouldn't even believe it. They feel like our colleagues across the aisle are just forgetting that science has weighed in on this issue, and now they're hearing these threats, threatening to keep our children out of school. Not let them go back to school in September. We don't need to go to school. Teachers' unions Not sure they want to go back to school in September, but oh, by the way, if you do go back to school, they might want to put your children in masks. Mr. Speaker, children, little kids in school, we have heard it from pediatricians. We've all read the articles. There are truly some adverse side effects to little children being told to wear a mask every day. There are physical, there are emotional, there are psychological adverse effects to these children. Not mentioning some I've heard from pediatricians about the danger of children not knowing how to wear the mask. They touch the mask, and then they put a dirty mask back up over their nose and their mouth, and the concerns that cause. So, you know, what we're hearing about our children in school is of tremendous concern to the moms that are out there. We're hearing they're threatening families and small businesses with yet another lockdown to come. I have a lot of friends who are in the retail industry. And right now, you know what they're doing, Mr. President? They are beginning to get in merchandise for the fourth quarter. They have used their lines of credit to make certain there's merchandise in their stores. These are mom and pop stores. These are small businesses. They are on Main Street in every small town in this country, just like they are in Tennessee. And the decisions that are being made here make them very nervous and very uncomfortable, because they're thinking, all right, what if we go into a lockdown? What if people can't get into my store? And here I have finally made it through COVID, and I'm looking forward to a good fourth quarter, and now we're getting this kind of information out of Washington, D.C. All of this is not rational. There is no evidence, none, to suggest that yet another about-face on masking is going to keep people healthier, is going to make them healthier. There is no evidence for that, Mr. President. So let's call it what it is. This is left-wing hysteria. This is hysteria. Frighten people. Make them think a lockdown's coming. Make them think things are worse than what they are. No, this is the United States of America. We do not lock up people we disagree with. We don't push forward with this type of activity. We don't silence our opponents. We believe in free speech. We believe in individuals being able to make their choices, and I think that it is fair to say that what the Speaker of the House has done is not trusting the science that brought us this vaccine. And thank goodness President Donald Trump brought about Operation Warp Speed and issued a challenge to our federal agencies, issued a challenge to our pharmaceutical companies, and said, let's see if we can find a way to defeat this virus. There is a vaccine there. I think what you see happening with the Democrats and with the Speaker of the House is what we in Tennessee call having a good old-fashioned come apart, because they are not getting their way. And the American people do not believe that they are getting serious about doing serious business that the American people want to see. Addressing out-of-control spending, addressing the needs of this country.
The senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, in 1887, Lord Acton wrote a series of letters to Bishop Creighton. Letters that would echo down across the centuries. Lord Acton wrote, "I cannot accept your canon that we are to judge Pope and King unlike other men, with a favorable presumption that they did no wrong. If there is any presumption, it is the other way, against holders of power, increasing as the power increases. Historic responsibility has to make up for the want of legal responsibility. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Great men are almost exclusively bad men, even where they exercise influence and not authority. Still more, when you superadd the tendency or the certainty of corruption by authority. Mr. President, those words were true in 1887, and they're true today. If you want to understand how power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, look no further than the other chamber in the United States Capitol. Speaker Nancy Pelosi is drunk on power. The orders that Speaker Pelosi is issuing are abusive and unprecedented. Speaker Pelosi has decreed to members of the House of Representatives elected by the people that if you dare walk onto the floor of the House of Representatives without a mask, I, Speaker Pelosi, shall fine you. Who the hell is she to be fining members of the House? But you know what? She's not done with that. She's not done with disrespecting our Constitution, disrespecting our democratic system that elects leaders. She goes further. To the good men and women who work here in the United States Capitol, we are surrounded by men and women who have chosen to come and work for the public good. And here's what Speaker Pelosi has decreed. If you dare walk in the hallway without a mask, I, Speaker Pelosi, will arrest you. I will put you in jail. I will fine you. That is an absolute and complete abuse of power. She has no authority to disrespect the men and women who work here, to threaten you with physical harm, to threaten you with imprisonment. And why does she do so? She does so for one reason: political theater. Mr. President, we are coming through a very difficult year and a half. Our nation and the world has endured a pandemic. We have collectively taken extraordinary steps to defeat this pandemic. And we are coming out on the other side. We saw our nation, we saw the private sector come together with remarkable inventiveness and produce vaccines in record times. And we have seen hundreds of millions of people getting those vaccines. We are in the process of beating this pandemic. Not too long ago, the CDC recognized what was obvious then and is obvious now. Vaccines work. And if you're vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask. The CDC issued that ruling, and I remember that day well. You know, I had been vaccinated a couple of months before then, and after allowing the time for the vaccine to become effective, I decided I was going to stop wearing a mask. Why is that? Because vaccines work, because I believe in science. So I stopped wearing a mask. And there were a handful of senators on the Senate floor who'd been vaccinated who stopped wearing masks. Then the CDC, like the Oracle of Delphi, issued its proclamation. Hold on to your seats now. The CDC said vaccines work. That if you're vaccinated, you don't need a mask. And it was truly miraculous in this chamber watching what occurred. As within days, every senator in the chamber began removing their masks. One after the other, not just Republicans, Democrats too. We all had our masks off. Now, Mr. President, I ask you, the day before the Oracle of Fauci spoke, did vaccines not work? Did science not operate? No, it was obvious then, and it was obvious on the day that the Oracle of the CDC spoke, that vaccines work, which is why every Democrat took their masks off. But fast forward to this week. The CDC issues a new proclamation. Apparently, according to the CDC, vaccines don't work anymore. That science thing, inoperative. We got more important things to worry about, like politics. As an aside, Mr. President, has there ever been an institution in American public life that has more discredited itself more rapidly than the CDC? A year and a half ago, the CDC was one of the most respected medical and scientific organizations on the face of the planet. Today, the CDC has willingly allowed itself to be politicized, to behave as an arm of the DNC, and their credibility is in tatters. It is a joke. We have seen the emails from Dr. Fauci where he said in the midst of the pandemic, masks don't work, they're not effective, people shouldn't use them. Then we saw him say, oh, no, masks work, but I lied to the American people when I said they didn't work because I didn't want them to wear masks because I wanted first responders to get them. Now pause for a second and think, what the heck is a scientific leader doing lying to the American people supposedly for our own good? The willingness to twist facts to meet political expediency has been stunning. The CDC's ruling this week is not accompanied by any data. They did not roll out studies. They did not roll out facts. They did not say suddenly vaccines aren't working. Instead, they just said, trust us. We have double super secret studies that we're not going to tell you based on double secret super data that we're not going to show you. But trust us because we behave like political hacks and obey us anyway. And by the way, the CDC plays an interesting little game. CDC says, these are recommendations. These are just recommendations. And then their faithful little foot soldiers, the Democratic office holders, come in and make those recommendations mandates. There's no one more willing to do so than Speaker Pelosi. And then, by the way, the local government Democrats that mandate you must obey the CDC, they throw their hands up and say, hey, we're just following the CDC. And the CDC says, hey, we're just making recommendations, and no one's accountable for anything. This makes no sense. One of the things the CDC rolled out this week is an edict that in schools, everybody must be masked. Child, adult, doesn't matter if you're vaccinated, doesn't matter. You must wear a mask. Why? Who knows? Not based on science, not based on medicine. This virus has been unusual. We've seen in certain populations, COVID-19 can be profoundly deadly. If you're very elderly, if you have serious comorbidities, this virus can and has been deadly. But we've also seen among children that the odds of children getting seriously ill from COVID-19 are extremely low. We've seen that children have not proven to be a meaningful vector in the spread of this disease. The science doesn't support special rules for schools. But you know what does? The politics. Because the teachers' union bosses came to the CDC and said, we want this rule in place. And the partisan enforcers at the CDC said, ma'am, yes, ma'am. We will issue the order demanded by the union bosses. Mr. President, give me any plausible argument that that is science, that that is medicine, that that is anything but rank politics. If a Democratic politician wants to say, we're going to obey the union bosses, fine, that's their prerogative to do so, and they can be held accountable by the voters. But the CDC is supposed to be following science. This is an abuse of power. Let me point out my view. I think we should not have government mandates concerning COVID-19. There should be no vaccine mandates. Joe Biden wants to mandate federal employees must get the vaccine. Who the heck is the federal government to tell people they must stick a needle in their arm and inject themselves with a vaccine? We should have no vaccine mandates. We should have no mask mandates. We should have no vaccine passports. And let me be clear. I'm someone who believes in vaccines. I've been vaccinated. Heidi's been vaccinated. My parents have been vaccinated. Heidi's parents have been vaccinated. But I also believe in individual choice. I believe in freedom. I believe in responsibility. It's your choice if you want to get vaccinated. It's not some drunk-on-power Democrat in Washington's choice to force you to do it. Doesn't anyone in the Democratic Party believe in medical autonomy? Doesn't anyone in the Democratic Party believe in medical privacy? Or are you so willing to exert power that it doesn't matter what the people say? You know, one of the great ironies of the CDC's order, it will decrease the rate of vaccination in the United States. The CDC is telling America, hey, this vaccine stuff doesn't work very well. Because, you know, if you get a vaccine, doesn't matter, you got to put the same mask on, you got to behave exactly the same. When the CDC rightly said, if you're vaccinated, take your mask off, it encouraged people to get vaccinated. Hey, I want to take my mask off. Hey, I want to live my life. I want to go back to doing things that I like to do. And let me point out one particularly ridiculous argument. This week, one of the commentators on one of the news networks said anyone, and I'm paraphrasing here, but I'm paraphrasing pretty closely, anyone who isn't vaccinated is arrogant and rude and inconsiderate. And I want to point out how imbecilic that argument is. So let's go back to this thing called science, which actually works. So here's the science. If you've been vaccinated, the odds of your getting COVID-19 are exceptionally low, depending on which vaccine you got. The percentages vary, but let's say on the order of 3 to 5%. And even if you do get COVID-19, the odds of your getting a serious case of COVID-19, a case of COVID-19 resulting in hospitalization or death, are extremely low. This vaccine has been very, very successful. If you understand that basic fact, then the next fact follows from it. If someone is unvaccinated and has COVID, they are little to no threat to someone who is vaccinated. If you've gotten your vaccine, you ought to be fine. The odds are very low that you're at jeopardy. Now, could someone who's unvaccinated give COVID to someone else who's unvaccinated? Absolutely. That's a very real risk. That's why we're encouraging people to get vaccinated. But you know what? The person who's unvaccinated, it's their damn choice. We don't have to be a nanny state making decisions for everybody else. I got to tell you, in my family, my dad didn't want to get vaccinated. My father, like the presiding officer right now, is a pastor. My dad is 82. When I got vaccinated, I called him. I said, Dad, I want you to get vaccinated. He said, no, I don't want to. I don't trust it. It's new. I don't know. I don't want to. I spent about a month trying to convince my dad to get vaccinated. My father can be pretty stubborn. I know that's hard to believe. For those of y'all who know my dad, you know exactly that is the case. But ultimately, I told my dad, I said, look, you've been largely staying home during this pandemic. You want to get out. You want to be preaching in churches again. You want to be traveling. You want to be with people. Get the vaccine and you'll have the freedom to go do that. And you know what? He did. And he did. He's now back in the pulpit. He's back preaching. He has freedom again. That was his choice. Why don't Democrats believe in individual choice anymore? Why did Democrats believe they could abuse power? And let me be clear, Nancy Pelosi is telling someone who is an employee of the House, if you're vaccinated and you don't wear your mask, she will arrest you and throw you in jail. How dare she? That is an abuse of power. And I'll tell you, the American people are watching this political theater play out in Washington, and they understand what's coming next. They understand the same CDC that said, even though there's no science to back it up, even though there's no data to back it up, because the teachers' union bosses want masks for everyone in schools, will decree it, they understand the risk of what's coming next is that authoritarian statist Democrats will order more shutdowns. We'll order businesses shut down. We'll order schools shut down. We'll order churches shut down. As we look at the past year and a half, few things are clearer than the shutdowns were a catastrophic mistake. The politicians that ordered the shutdowns committed a catastrophic mistake. They destroyed millions of small businesses, restaurants, bars, stores, gone out of business. You look at great cities like New York City that became practically a wasteland. You look at something like Broadway, you think of all the actors and actresses, all of the writers and musicians, all of the sound and lighting engineers, all the carpenters, everyone who worked in Broadway. With the dictatorial flick of a pen, their jobs were destroyed. And the American people are watching Democrats and recognize they're ready to do that again. For people who go to church, we've seen Democratic office holders discriminate against churches and say worshiping God in church is a public health medicine. We've also seen the hypocrisy of the so-called experts saying, if you go outside and march and chant Black Lives Matter, zero risk of COVID transmission. Perfectly safe. If you go to church and sing hallelujah, oh my God, everyone's going to die. People understand the hypocrisy of that. This virus isn't political. I recognize perhaps you could tongue-in-cheek make an argument that since it's originated in Wuhan, China, maybe it's a communist. But the last I checked, viruses don't have political views. You know who does have political views? Politicians who are interested in their own power and want to convey a narrative regardless of the facts. What Speaker Pelosi is doing is wrong. What the CDC is doing, corrupting science with politics, is wrong. And it's time for the United States Senate and the United States House to stand on the side of the American people, to stand on the side of freedom, and to say it's your choice to go to work, to go to school, to go to church, to live your life free of Lord Acton's abuse of absolute power. I yield the floor.
if he, yeah. But yeah, if Johnson's coming. Mr. President.
Senator from Utah is recognized.
Mr. President, as we've undertaken this conversation, I can't help but reflect on the fact that we're here in a representative body. We're here in order to have an exchange of ideas. We're here to engage in political speech. Not the kind of political speech that people think of when they think of the word politics, where they think of something necessarily unpleasant. You know, when people hear the word political or politics, they think of the two Greek roots of the word politics. You've got poly, which means many, and ticks, which are blood-sucking parasites, and they assume that if it's political, it's unpleasant. But I'm using the word political here in a different sense, in a sense that refers to the body politic, refers to the fact that we're here doing the people's business. The exchange of information, of ideas, is essential to everything we do. And it occurs to me that the mask discussion does carry a deeper meaning here, a deeper meaning that takes into account the fact that when we communicate, sometimes with words, sometimes without words, sometimes in print, sometimes with the spoken word, sometimes without any words at all, we're engaging in activity that is protected by the First Amendment. Now, this is important in a wide swath of areas. It's important for how we worship or decline to do the same. It's important in how we express our viewpoints in our news and our entertainment, media, every aspect of our lives. It's important. It's regarded as especially important in a body politic that people be able to express their feelings about government and about the role of government. It's also especially important here that people be able to speak and otherwise communicate in a way that's clear and unvarnished, unfiltered. In fact, we go so far even as to protect members of Congress from liability in what they would say on the floor of the Senate or the House of Representatives. We do that because we feel that a full, frank, informed discussion is important. We don't want members being threatened with some sort of action, civil or criminal, based on things that they would utter here. So freedom of speech is important for all citizens. It's also important to make sure that that freedom of speech is protected here. And it occurs to me that with the question of masks, the decision of whether to wear a mask is not only deeply personal, but it's also, in this context, quite arguably expressive. Even before you utter a single word, and regardless of whether you utter a single word. In many respects, your decision to wear a mask or not wear a mask is itself a form of expression. And as a form of expression, it's protected. In a long line of cases, the Supreme Court of the United States has identified conduct that is expressive and therefore protected by the First Amendment, notwithstanding the fact that it doesn't necessarily involve words. When you merge that with another line of analysis under First Amendment jurisprudence, we remember the fact that it's a problem whenever government suppresses speech in one way or another. It is especially problematic when the government tries to compel speech. When the government tries to direct an individual that he or she must utter certain words in order to be compliant with the dictates of the government. That implicates the compelled speech doctrine, and the compelled speech doctrine is an especially rigid one. It's an especially rigid one with very good reason. You don't want to force people to say stuff. It's not the government's role. That's the whole idea behind the First Amendment, is that the government needs to stay out of our headspace. It needs to stay out of where we worship. It needs to stay out of our relationship with God. It needs to stay out of printing presses, and it needs to stay out of what we say. Sometimes what we say can consist of things that don't even involve words, something as simple as whether or not to wear a mask. So in addition to all the other public policy reasons, in addition to all the problems with having a CDC issuing these sweeping mandates and edicts without bothering to back up those edicts with scientific justification, even after months and months of receiving inquiries from members of the United States Senate that they do so. Separate and apart from all of those issues, I think it's important for us to look at the speech element, the expressive conduct that's inherent in whether or not you wear a mask, and whether or not by compelling people to wear a mask, you're compelling people to engage in state-sponsored speech. You're telling them that they must send a message with which they may well disagree. Now, if I'm wrong on this, if this is strictly a medical issue, then it will be backed up by scientific medical evidence. That is the nature of the problem that I have with the CDC's mandate. It's ever-fluctuating mandate. It's mandate that as recently as a few days ago flip-flopped yet again. If, in fact, it were medical and scientific, it would be backed up as such, but it's not. This is a form of compelled speech. Not as we traditionally understand it, because compelled speech usually involves the utterance of specific words. But we know that speech can be protected even if it doesn't involve words, if it's a type of expressive conduct, which wearing a mask is, especially if, as here, we don't have scientific evidence making it a medical issue. So I would ask the Speaker of the House, are you really going to arrest people for not saying what you want them to say? That's not okay. If it would never be okay for you to arrest people for not saying words that you have prescribed for them, why is it okay for you to compel them to engage in expressive conduct not amounting to speech? It's not. Make no mistake, Mr. President. This isn't medical. This isn't scientific. If it were, we would have evidence of such. We don't. In light of that, separate and apart from all the other problems that inhere in our form of government, problems that inhere in the fact that we do in fact have three distinct branches of our federal government, that most laws are not federal laws to begin with. Most laws originate in the states and in the localities. Most laws are not federal, and they should never be. But for those things that should be federal laws, we've got one and only one branch of government that makes laws. It is no coincidence, Mr. President, that the very first clause of the very first section of the very first article of the Constitution provides, and I quote, "All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives." Article 1, Section 7 then goes on to outline the formula contemplated in Article 1, Section 1. In Article 1, Section 7, it says that you can't make a law under our form of government, at least not a federal law, without passage in the House of Representatives and passage in the Senate and presentment to the President of the United States. In many respects, these recommendations issued by the CDC end up carrying the force of generally applicable federal law. That's wrong, and in many, many respects, that's on us. Look, we've done a horrible job over the last few years. I'd say over the last few decades. I'd say over the last 80, 85 years, really. And I won't lay the blame entirely at the feet of either party. In fact, this has happened under the control of different parties. It's happened with Senates and Houses of Representatives and White Houses of every conceivable partisan combination. We've seen the de facto outsourcing of our lawmaking authority to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. Men and women who, while well-educated, well-intentioned, hard-working, and highly specialized, don't work for the people. They don't work for you. You do not have the ability to elect them or unelect them. You don't have the authority to replace them. That's why it's so dangerous for us to give them this sweeping authority. And even where they don't technically have authority that extends very far, and in this case it's far too far, as evidenced by the fact that any time you get on an airplane or other mode of public transportation, you're told that under penalty of federal law, you must wear a mask. But I would ask, where's the act of Congress providing that? In what year did the Congress of the United States pass through the House and through the Senate and submit to the President of the United States for signature or veto a law stating that you must wear a mask on a plane or a train or a bus or in a bus depot or a train station or at an airport under penalty of federal law. There is no such law. You will not find it. Now, you'll find some other stuff in which we've delegated far too much authority, in which we've given broad authority to the executive branch, to people like the CDC, to issue regulations. But as a matter of proper form, whenever they exercise that power, it's not appropriate for that to take effect by itself. It's not really a law in the constitutional sense of the word, unless Congress has enacted it. So we've given them far too much power anyway, and that is on us. We shouldn't do that. That's why I've been calling for years for reforms to this. Why I've been calling for years for reforms, including but not limited to the REINS Act, which would require for any economically significant federal regulation, before it takes effect, must be passed by both houses of Congress and presented to the President for signature or veto. Why I've introduced the Global Trade Accountability Act, which would do for trade policy what the REINS Act does for regulatory policy. Why we need to reform so many aspects of our laws, where we've, as a practical matter, made the unelected and the unaccountable the supreme lawgivers, the lawmakers, law interpreters, and law enforcers. This is not just something that can lead to tyranny, it is the very definition of tyranny, as every signer of the United States Constitution understood well. It's why they went to great lengths to separate out these three branches of government. But in addition to those problems with these edicts, not based on science or medicine, based on political considerations that are ever-changing, it's why they're so sweeping, it's why they're so troubling. But they're made even more troubling still for the additional constitutional reason that at the end of the day, to whatever degree these are not rooted in medical science and fact, which I believe they're not, or at least the CDC hasn't established as much, then they really do amount to something compelling expressive conduct. The expression of an official orthodoxy mandated by the government. We shouldn't accept this. We shouldn't accept any affirmative legal obligation placed on those we represent, to whom and for whose benefit we've sworn an oath to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, which requires us to make any law we force on the American people. We have an obligation to them, a solemn obligation, to make sure they're not subject to laws made by those not of their own choosing. It's these very features that James Madison had in mind when he authored Federalist number 62. When he wrote, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit here, it'll be of little benefit to the American people that their laws may be written by men of their own choosing, if those laws be so voluminous, complex, and ever-changing that they can't reasonably understand what the law means and predict what it will say from one day to the next. Today, this week even, we've seen the law be so unpredictable and ever-changing. We can't expect what the law says from one day to another. But even worse, contrary to what Madison assumed would always be the case because the Constitution required it, the laws aren't even being written by men and women of our own choosing, but instead by unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats who, despite how well-educated, well-intentioned, hardworking, and highly specialized they may be, don't work for you. Nor do they have authority under this document, to which we've all sworn an oath, to make laws. That's our power, and shame on us if we relinquish to them the power that only we can exercise, that is itself non-delegable. Shame on us further if we allow those same people who, lacking the authority to legislate in the first instance, then transgress another affirmative constitutional command by compelling compliance with official government-mandated orthodoxy. This cannot be, this cannot stand. I will not stand for it, and I'll continue to draw attention to this issue until we've resolved it properly. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
Senator from New Mexico is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations. Cal number 273, 274, 275, 276, 277, 278, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, 285, 286, 287, 288, 289, 290, 291, 292, and all nominees on the Secretary's desk in the Air Force, Army, Foreign Service, Marine Corps, Navy, and Space Force, that the nominations be confirmed en bloc, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order to any of the nominations, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate consider the following nominations in block. Cal number 163, 164, that the Senate vote on the nominations en bloc without intervening action or debate. The motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that any statements related to the nominations be printed in the record, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Is there an objection? Without objections, the clerk will report the nominations en bloc.
Department of Energy, Frank A. Rose of Massachusetts to be Principal Deputy Administrator, National Nuclear Security Administration. Department of Defense, Deborah G. Rosenblum of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary.
Question occurs on the nomination en bloc. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The nominations are confirmed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that Mackie McIntosh, a detailee with the Environment and Public Works Committee, and Laura Gentile, Heather Dean, and Emily Tucker, who are fellows with the Environment and Public Works Committee, be given floor privileges for the duration of consideration of H.R. 3684, the Invest in America Act.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 55, S231.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 55, S231, a bill to direct the Administrator of the Federal Emergency Management Agency to develop guidance for firefighters and other emergency response personnel and so forth, and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Peters substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 80, S583.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 80, S583, a bill to promote innovative acquisition techniques and procurement strategies and for other purposes.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I further ask that the committee-reported amendments be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 328 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 328, designating August 1, 2021 as Gold Star Children's Day.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-Res 329, introduced earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 329, amending the eligibility criteria for the Senate Employee Child Care Center.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I further ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 330 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 330, relating to the death of the Honorable Mike Enzi, former Senator for the state of Wyoming.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 331 submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 331, designating August 11, 2021 as Hip Hop Celebration Day, designating August 2021 as Hip Hop Recognition Month, and designating November 2021 as Hip Hop History Month.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 10:30 a.m. Friday, July the 30th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed, that upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 3684, that all post-cloture time on the motion to proceed expire at 10:30 a.m. Finally, that if the Jadot nomination is confirmed, the motion, I apologize, 11:30 a.m. Finally, that the Jadot nomination is confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
If
So
there,
ordered.
if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the provisions of S-Res 330 as further mark of respect for the late Mike Enzi, the former senator for the state of Wyoming.
Under the previous order and pursuant to Senate Resolution 330, the Senate stands adjourned until 10:30 a.m. on Friday, July 30th, 2021, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Senator Mike Enzi, former senator from Wyoming. Senate stands adjourned.